Hello everyone, welcome to ZaranTech's Expert SAP Project System Training. Master managing projects and optimizing resources across your organization with our real-world knowledge. We cover configuring SAP Project System to match your unique business processes, then learn to build custom reports and analytics to get actionable insights into projects, budgets, planning, staffing, and more. We also dive into project structures, work breakdown structures, networks, milestones, and phases to help you model any project scenario accurately. ZaranTech's SAP Project System training delivers the practical skills to maximize SAP's powerful project management capabilities. Standardize and control enterprise-wide projects, optimize resource usage and capacity planning, and enable fact-based decision-making with the leaders in SAP. But before we begin, please subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to receive regular updates from us. Now, let us take a look at the agenda. Introduction to SAP Project System Structures, identifying requirements for structures in the SAP Project System, work breakdown. Structures, what makes up a work breakdown structures? Deliverable based work breakdown structures, phase-based work breakdown structures, WBS element, creating WBS elements, creating user-defined fields for WBS elements, activities, network, creating milestones in networks. Let's dive into the video now.
Okay, so we'll just start disclaimer. So there are copyright laws. So not supposed to reproduce, store, or introduce into a retrieval system or transmit in any form or by any means. Okay, so just let us start with something. What is a project? What is the definition of a project? See, we are SAP consultants, and we all know that we all work on projects, correct? So most of the time, how do you classify whether this is project work or this is non-project work? Or typically we call it operations. Yeah, so there is a differentiation how you classify it into whether it is a project or not. So for project, these are the characteristics it should have. Any of these characteristics that we'll call it a project. So generally projects are complex, unique, have high degree of risk, and important is they have precise goals that okay, we want to achieve something with this project, which are agreed by you and the ordering party. Now it could be an internal project as well. The ordering party could be internal as well, not necessarily to be an external party. Then there is a limited duration. It is not endless. It has a limited duration, and there are cost constraints, and there will be cost involved as well as capacity involved. Capacity here could be people or could be machinery, materials, etc. While doing this project work, they are also subject to certain quality requirements that you need to achieve, do the work at a particular quality. You need to meet those quality standards as well. Then usually these project works are of strategic importance for company that they're carrying for the company which is carrying the project forward. So normally any project we do, let's say any customer we do a project, it will be the implementation project, SAP implementation project, or there is a conversion project, conversion to S/4HANA. So you see in those projects, typically all these properties, these qualities will be there so that it gets classified in a project. Normally, if we are in the support work, so the support work, if it is AMS type of work, that doesn't qualify mostly into a project, because that is operational work, that is routine works. They sometimes they will have a duration, but that will be extendable sort of duration. But in project, most of the project work, it's not extendable. That you need to, okay, you have got 6 months to go live, so means we have to achieve, you've been given a particular scope. Okay, these are the modules, sub modules which we want to implement. These are how many company codes you've got, how many plants you've got, and you need to do this implementation with these number of resources. So that is what a project involves. So any questions on this slide? Our day-to-day lives also, I gave you examples of SAP project because all of us are working in SAP side, but anything like, let's say a new like this metro getting created in our cities, or even a new bridge getting created, or you can say any important task which we carry out, let's say our marriage. Okay, that is also, you can consider it as a project, because there is a budget involved, there is a time you have in mind. Okay, I want to do it this in this period, and what you have, limited duration, cost constraints are there, you need to meet quality requirements, and you have goals. So all these things are also in our regular life also. There are certain times that those are projects which you work on. So just think from that point of view as well. It's not only work related, but sometimes our personal life also, there could be projects involved in that. See, internal, that is where I spoke. I just touched on that, didn't speak in detail. That you remember, in internal order also we have some type of cost planning, we have some type of budgeting control also in internal orders, right? Now, internal order and project system. See, if we have very small projects which doesn't need project scheduling, that is one feature. See, I took you through the course contents, right? One slide about course contents.
Yeah.
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 So project scheduling is big. Like, let's say these are big projects that involve hundreds of activities. Hundreds of tasks are involved. And
Okay.
those tasks are linked to each other. There are dependencies in the tasks. Okay. You need to monitor those tasks also. Like in, let's just take a SAP project also. There are so many tasks and so many people involved. The project manager, if you see, even the team leads, they have to manage that this task is being done in the right time, so that the next task which is being done by maybe by a different group will be done at the in the right schedule. Correct? So
Yeah.
these things are not possible with internal orders, right? In internal order is a cost object where you, okay, you just go and you have a budget. Let's say you put a 10 lakh rupees budget to that internal order, and you keep track of your purchases or your other cost bookings onto that internal order. At the most, we have the budget control over there. So for the small types of events or event tracking or small type of project, yes, we can use internal order. But when the project size is huge, you need to keep track of the scheduling, because there are so many activities involved. If you want to keep track of, let's say, material requirements, you have materials requirement planning, which is MRP. The PP folks and the MM folks, they'll know what is material requirement planning. There are hundreds of materials, and you want to plan, okay, this material, when I need this, how much quantity I need this. So those features are not possible with internal order. That you'll have to use project system for that. Yes, yes, it will. It will. See,
Yeah.
if you, when we go into further slides, when we talk about WBS structure and all, I'll explain to you further. One WBS element, there can be multiple WBS elements in one project, but one WBS element is equivalent because each WBS element also is a cost object. So that is equivalent to one internal order. Okay, so that is where if it's a small project, you don't need to keep track of schedule, materials, planning also you don't need to do. That time internal order will be sufficient. That will suffice. But when there is complex projects involved, then you will need SAP Project Systems PS module. Again, definition of a project. So generally part of internal processes of company. You want to keep uh, able to control the tasks, all the tasks in project execution. Then we need an organization form that is specific to a project and which is shared by all departments involved. To be able to carry out a project in its entirety, the project goals must be precisely described and project activities to be carried out must be structured. So this is about structuring of the project. This is where the WBS work breakdown structure will help us. So we'll see that in the subsequent slides. Clearly and unambiguously structured project is the basis for its planning, monitoring, control, and success. So why is the project structuring so important? Because the project structuring will become the basis for the cost, schedule planning, then monitoring of the project, control of the project, cost and schedule, and then of course the success of the project. So structuring of the project. So how do you structure the project? First is according to how it is organized. And this also it can be done according to what are the processes involved in the project. I'll just take some examples for this. Okay, there are some more slides. So I'll go to project structuring just a few slides afterwards. So that one question which we had about internal order versus project systems. So SAP project offers us quite a few functionalities on top of what we get in internal order. First is this structuring, project structuring, time scheduling, the scheduling feature, which we talked about. This is also very important in project management. Cost and revenue planning. At a very high level, we can do cost and revenue planning and budgeting in internal order, but PS will offer you more, especially in the cost revenue planning, it will offer us more methods of doing the cost planning. Procurement of materials and services. So here the planning of materials and services, then for materials, even the MRP, material requirement planning, will be helpful in project management. You can plan services for materials in PS, but in internal order, this will be again account assigned services. So that is not very much user friendly. Then when you're performing the activities, so you can, there's a transaction called confirmation of the project activities, which gives us in the reporting side is how much work has been completed, how much percentage of work has been completed. So that will come here. Then there is billing involved. How do we do billing? This is applicable for the customer projects. Then the project progress analysis, period end closing, and as well as reporting. So these are the features which the SAP project system offers us. Now, SAP project system PS module is highly integrated module with almost many modules in SAP. So primary integration, it is got with CO controlling, FI, finance. Of course, you need to purchase materials and services. So it is integrated with plant maintenance. In case there are customer projects, sales already involved, inquiry quotation. So that time PS is integrated with the sales distribution. If there are capital investment CapEx projects and you want to keep track of those projects as investment programs, then you have another module, investment module, investment management module. So that is integrated with the PS. Then we've got HR module, HCM it is called. So it is integrated with this HCM module. In here, the employees, you can actually assign those employees as resources in the project system. That is how the integration happens. Then the PP module, production planning module. Now the MRP part of that we can utilize. Apart from that, sometimes the production, if it is made to order type of production, which is called MTO, then we use project systems to trigger the production orders. So in that case, the PP module will also come. In the normal production, that is called made to stock. So that time the project system doesn't come into the picture. But if it is as per a particular order, then you want to produce certain FG, finished good. Then there is a linkage with the production planning. And of course, controlling, because in the CO side, you have your cost versions, you have activity types, cost elements, settlement. So by that, CO is also integrated with the project system module. Any questions on this slide? So I'll take you through this next slide. Okay, see, there is an integration with plant maintenance. So in case of customer service, if you want to integrate with SAP project system, that is also possible. You don't see much integration or a requirement of integrating customer service module. I have not seen much business cases for integrating that, but technically there is a possibility. In plant maintenance, if you see here, sometimes they have these big projects like shutdown projects, plant shutdown projects or maintenance projects, where there is a major overhaul. That is the time they use the plant maintenance in integration with the project system.
So in that case, so while raising any, again, how they handle complaints, if they handle via customer service, it will be integrated, or else they need to track differently. Got it?
Yes. I think let us have a 10-15 minutes break. I think I'm getting some issue with my laptop. I'll have to restart it. Okay, so we were talking about project structuring. So in the project system, we have two types of structures. One is WBS structure, which is work breakdown structure. So we call it WBS. And the others is networks. So we will see what is WBS, what is networks. Primarily, it's not that we can avoid WBS element. In each project, we will need WBS structures. Now, whether using networks has got activities underneath it. Okay, activities are part of a network. So whether we need networks or not, in some projects it could be possible that there is not a need of a network. So we will see how do you find out, how do you decide whether this project I should have networks or I should not have networks. So that we'll see in some later slides. Let me first explain you about WBS structure and how we go about defining WBS structure, and then how to create that WBS structure in the SAP system. So as we saw in another earlier screen, this project structure is very important, and having or creating the correct project structure is very important, because it constitutes for the other functions like planning, scheduling, analyzing the project relevant data. The WBS structure, the project structure, which includes WBS as well as network, is going to become the basis for that. So that is why it is very important. So again, this statement confirms that SAP PS functionalities, if you want to use them, then the coherent and appropriate structures have to be first built in the system. They constitute the basis for planning and analyzing all project relevant data in SAP. Now these two structures, which is WBS and networks, now when we should create that, how we should create that, we'll have a look at that. So they have their own set of functionalities. WBS networks, they have their own functionalities, set of functionalities. Then depending on business specific requirements, as I was saying, we need to determine whether you need WBS network structure or both. Okay, but the same WBS structure will be a must in most of the situations. In some situations, we need both. In very rare situation, only WBS, only a network structure will be required. I'll give you some examples later on for this as well, for all of these situations. Now, when we do WBS structure, so what are the features available with WBS structure? So we can carry out we can carry out cost planning. There are a few cost planning methods which we can carry out using WBS, and there are more methods for network activities. We'll have a look at that. You can do account assignment of purchase orders or sales orders. We can carry out revenue planning, billing, invoicing, then budget and budget ability control. As I was telling, one WBS element is equivalent, is like one internal order. So budget and budget availability control is done at a WBS element in SAP PS. Then material stock management. Those who are from MM side, they know that in MM you manage stock of materials, how many quantity and what value is available in a plant. Now that stock management sometimes has to be done at a project level. In project, as in SAP language, it is actually WBS element. So at a WBS element for a particular project, also you can manage stock quantity as well as its cost of the material. Now, this is required in certain, what happens is if you procure for a plant, some materials for a plant, but you need this material is specific for a particular project, which is required for a particular project. And then if that material is used by some other project, then this project which has called for that material will suffer. They'll not get that material at the right time. So that is why what they do in SAP is they manage that stock at a WBS level. Means when it comes into the plant, they will transfer or do the goods receipt of that material at the WBS element level. So that is why in the WBS feature, it's saying material stock management is also possible at WBS element. Now, when this is done and how to make it happen, we will see when we go into the systems. there is something called project stock. Just remember that. So that will make this happen. Material stock management at WBS element. Then period and closing activities like settlement of the project cost to other receivers. Again, that is possible with WBS element. And you can do reporting, cost reporting, structure reporting at WBS element level. Now let me go to WBS element part. So you can do purchase orders account assigned to WBS element. Even let me go to now WBS element. Okay, now we go to WBS structure. I'll take you through WBS structure, then I'll take you to the system and I will show you how we do it in the system. Okay. Many WBS structure, everything together, it is called a WBS structure. Each one of those WBS element, let me see if I have a slide here for that. Okay, this one. Let's say I have got one project, okay, and the project, all these boxes. Let me just see if I missed anything to show. Okay, so till here, so project structure we all covered, right? This is now I am going to go into WBS structure. Okay, and start this. Again, I'll share the screen. Slideshow. Through one picture first for WBS structure so that it is more clear before we go into this. Okay. This is one example of a WBS structure. Now, each gray box over here is one WBS element. Okay, so by itself, each one of this WBS element can be a cost object by itself. Okay, like it can be one internal order, but this is arranged in a structure or a tree format. That is why it is called structure format. WBS structure, that is why it is called. Now in here, like let's say this is a hot air circulating rotor. This is the end product. The project is also called that. I am preparing that. Now in here, there they have divided this into these are like not exactly deliverables. These are like phases, because jigs and fixtures, there's planning phase, there is engineering phase. Okay, so these are like on a phase basis. Inside for rotor manufacturing, this could be the different phases. Then within jigs and fixtures, you can break it down further. Okay, I'll break it down into engineering and production. For engineering, I break it down into three. Okay, engineering, I need to do engineering for rotor shaft, rotor blades, controls. And you can further break it down to whatever level of detail we want. We can break it down to that level of detail. But usually in maximum projects, we have got about 5 to 6 level of WBS elements. Most of the projects will have only 4 level of WBS structure. In this picture, if you see, there are how many levels are there here? So this is level 1 WBS element. These are level 2 WBS elements. Jigs, fixtures, planning, engineering are level 2 WBS elements. These are level 3. Now it is not necessary that all the WBS elements should be end at the same level. Like here, if you see, planning has ended at level 2. Engineering, this branch has ended at level 3, the engineering one. Now this branch, jigs and fixtures, has gone till level 4, correct? So not all have come till level 4. Some have stopped at level 3. Some have only stopped at level 2. So not necessary that they should all go to the last, to the level. Everybody has to have the same level. It is not necessary. Okay. So this is how we can go about making a WBS structure. Any questions on this? What we can do within engineering, or let's say production. Now production, there are 3 parts. mechanics, electronics, and hydraulics. So we may say, okay, these are the electronics materials I'm going to procure. In hydraulics, I'm going to procure materials for the hydraulics part. Again, for mechanics part, I'm going to procure materials here. So you don't need separate WBS element for that. But in some projects, there may be WBS element for procurement separately. May be possible. It is not. So it is actually the project managers how they want to structure their projects. See, those 5 assemblies could be separate WBS elements in case they want to do cost planning separately for that. In case they want to do keep stock, we saw project stock, right? If they want to
Yeah.
maintain stock of that separately of each assembly, then they can have that way, that each assembly is a separate WBS element. It is possible. If they want to keep budget also for each assembly, keep track of that budget, okay, whether it is going beyond budget, beyond schedule, then they can have WBS, separate WBS for each one of those. Now, we saw this, the WBS, we can make it either deliverable based, like in this case, an assembly can be one deliverable, right? One assembly, then another one that can be one deliverable, or phase based that we can see. Now, in this case, these are actually phases. These are not deliverables, planning, engineering. These are phases actually. Now, there can be mix. In this case, actually, it is a mix of deliverable and phases. Not necessarily it has to follow only phase based or only deliverable based. It can be mixed as per the convenience and how the project manager wants to plan the project and look at monitor the project. They can make their own structures. So, but this is at high level that structures we can use deliverable based or phase based, or it can even be a mix of both. Now, let me just take you through some of the important features of WBS. We covered some of this, but again, we'll just reiterate. Okay, the WBS is a model of a project that organizes project tasks into a hierarchy. It's a tree structure, hierarchy structure. Then it is functional basis for further planning steps in a project. For example, process planning, cost planning, schedule planning, capacity planning, costing, as well as project control. Now, process planning, this your activities, network activities, relationship, like which activity comes first, which one happens afterwards. We'll see that in later slides in the activity submodule. So for that, as I was telling, WBS is essential. Without WBS, we normally cannot use activities. Okay. Then WBS, it gives you a clear picture of the project and facilitates the coordination and implementation of the project from management standpoint. It shows the work involved in a project. Okay. So WBS, looking at the WBS structure, you should be able to know, okay, what is the work involved in a project. So normally this WBS structure will be not created by the project manager alone. He will involve the team leads and the team members who are working on the project, because they know the nitty-gritties and the intricacies, what is required, what are the tasks required, how much time it will take. Usually you have optimistic, pessimistic, those type of schedules, but then you use what is the realistic time schedule, how much duration each of the activities will take, what are the dependencies. I need to finish a particular activity before another one can happen. Let's say I'm taking construction, then I need to do actually first bricks works. I need to make the wall. Then I need to do the plastering. Then only I can do painting. Maybe I'll have to wait for 1 week after the plaster is over it to get dry. Then only I can do painting. Within painting, if I need to do 2-3 coats of painting, so how much the first coat will take, and then second coat, how many days it will take, and so on. So that is in activities, that is the process planning in this case. We saw this before. Now WBS, what are the functionalities with WBS elements? What makes up a WBS structure? How do you go about making a WBS structure? So you need to have the objectives of the WBS structure. So the main objectives of WBS are to split the project into manageable units. So it is a breakdown of the project. You break it down into manageable units, small units, and then you have, so that you can schedule those that unit, small unit of the, how much time it will take and how much cost it will incur. So that is why the importance of WBS structure, that you want to split the project, break the project down into manageable units. Then WBS divides the project step by step into structure elements. So these are called work breakdown structure elements, or in short, WBS elements in project system. Each WBS element is the result of this splitting. Now we saw this. We can have WBS created with the various viewpoints by phase, logic or process oriented, by function oriented, or by object. Now object here is deliverable. What are the deliverables in that project? Okay, it's a, let's say it's we saw that example, that router, that is actually the deliverable or object. Phase, I give you an example. Like procurement can be one phase, execution is one phase, project planning is one phase, closing is one phase, and so on. Can somebody give me a function oriented example of a function? In this picture, we saw planning, engineering. These are different functions or departments, you can call it. Different departments in a company. Like that, you can make, let's say you have finance department. So by finance, you have engineering, planning, you have procurement, you have production. So like that also you can make your WBS structure. Okay, got it? Yes. See, object is deliverable oriented. Okay, I can tell you. Now, let's say I'm making one, or this router example. Let's take a simple example of that. Let's say I have a car. Okay, so car, I can break it down. Okay, it into chassis. I can make it maybe the steering wheel. I can have the other finishing items. I can have the wheels, tires, seats, and all that. Within that, I can break it down. Okay, the chassis section, what I'll have. So those are all deliverables, or those are objects which I have in my project of car. So that is deliverable based. Like, okay, each WBS, you are going to get something out of it. Could be, let's say, when you are doing assemblies. So assembly 1, 2, 3, 4, those can be WBS elements here. Then further break it down into more details. Correct. That is also a very good example. Even you can have construction. If you have building, let's say you have one building, okay, then we can have floors. Like first is the foundation, okay, footing, plinth work. Then you have ground floor, first floor, second floor, third floor. Then within that, then you'll have, okay, let's say each floor has 4 apartments or 4 units. So unit 1, 2, 3, 4. Then second floor, unit 1, 2, 3, 4. Then within a unit, okay, you want rooms, okay, then you can have that as well. That is also a good example. This PS is also used very much in, apart from using it in manufacturing for made to order kind of scenario. It's also very much used in oil and gas industry. It is used very much in the construction industry also. So like the example which you spoke just now, the building, that can be suitable there. in the oil and gas industry, usually they have WBS structure for each oil well. Each well they'll have one WBS element, and then they'll have use also investment management sometime together with WBS element to keep track of yearly how many new wells they are uh, making. Okay, so investment management, it integrates to this project level, and then you have another structure like this within investment management, wherein there are multiple projects assigned to an investment program. We saw this how the WBS elements are there, deliverable based, phase based. This is another one picture. Okay, this is again a house construction. So deliverable based, it demonstrates the relationship between project deliverables. Deliverables can be products, services, or results like outcome, and the scope, work to be executed. Like in our SAP projects, we have project deliverables, right? So they are not products. They are usually services or they are results. Can you give some example in a SAP project? What are the deliverables we do? Correct. BPML is first. Then you have solution document. Then after that we have unit testing. Correct. Configuration. You have got unit testing. We have
Yes.
integration testing. Then we have got UAT. Then we have data migration. We have cut over. We have training, and then we have cut over. I mentioned. Then you have training documents. Then the training itself, and then preparation for go live and support, post go live support. So those are all project deliverables. So they are not actually products. So they can be services or results. Scope we know. So just cover this quickly, and then I'll give you the example for SAP project. So this construction house, this is very high level now. Internal works are what? What are the external works? Now this they have not broken out down into floors or room wise, but they have just very high level. They've broken out into three parts: internal work, external work, and what is the foundation work. So within internal, what all you have electrical works, plumbing works. You can have even plaster, painting, finishing works. You can have internal ones. Then again, in external, they have masonry work, building finishes, foundation, excavation, and steel erection over here. Now, what are the things you need? How much budget you have? Okay, and what is the work or involved in that we maintain here? Then what are resources? Like let's say they've mentioned here electrical contractor, plumbing contractor, and so on. And this, or usually this budget should be actually broken up, or if everything should roll up to this, or usually this budget at the topmost WS level is distributed downwards. So this 215,000 is distributed into 86, there's 46, 83. Then this 86 will again be broken down into this electrical and plumbing. So 25 plus 61 is coming as 86, correct? Then this 46 is 37 plus 9, and so on. This is good. Now we'll take that example. Let's say it's an implementation project. Just give me 1 minute. So we have a SAP implementation project. So what we can do is we can break it down into phases. So first phase will be, now if we look at the activate methodology, we have 4 phases. One is prepare, then second one is explore, then we have realize phase, and then we have a deploy phase. So those will be the 4 phases. Then in the prepare phase, we'll have project plan, and then we'll have, let's say, BPML. That will come in the first phase. Then we'll have realize phase. So in the realize phase, you have system demo of what are the standard. Then you have fit gap workshops, and then you have solution documents, which is the business process document or blueprint document, whatever you call it. Then the realize phase, we have configuration, we have custom developments, we'll have testing, unit testing, integration testing, and UAT, let's say, user acceptance testing. Then we also have data migration in that, let's say. But then in the deploy, we have cut over, then we have post go live support. So that is why how we'll break it up into the WBS structure for a SAP project from the deliverables point of view. Yeah, but some activities can still be done parallelly. See, this we are talking about WBS structure. Now, when we go into activities, I'll show you in the next session, activities. So in the activities, we have relationship. So which activity will be done first, which will be done later on, and what is the sequence of those activities. So that is the part of the activities part, which is network and activities. In here, if you see here, here there is very high level connection as a structure format. But here, now there is, we cannot see if internal, this internal, how is the dependency of internal part to foundation or to external, correct? Yes, yes, that is what I am saying. So this is just WBS structure. So here they are independent. There is no relationship, like the internal is cannot start till you complete foundation. Internal cannot start till you complete the foundation or internal work, or the vice versa. So this relationship is, for that you have this activities, network activities, and this relationship and binding and how much duration it will take, which are predecessor activities, which are successor, which will be following activities. So that is done in networks and activities. So that we will see in that session. But WBS structure is still a must to have, because the activities will get linked to this, because we have this budget you see here, budget figures are given at WBS element level. They're not given at activity level. Okay, so we'll come to that. I'll take that example and we will see it how it is done when we learn activities, and then we go into the system. That time we'll take that up. Okay, usually when we do this assembly processing type of scenario, wherein we have a sales order, and from sales order we are triggering projects as per what assembly we want to create. That time we have a predefined structure, predefined network, and once you create a sales order, then in a background a network gets created, which is as per the standard defined activities, and then the material assignment and assemblies get created with that network which is predefined. So I'll take that example as well. But in most of the cases, if you say 90-95% cases, WBS structure will be a must. Activities by itself or network by itself will not exist without a WBS structure. And we'll take that how we link activities and all that we'll see when we go into the activities section. Now, okay. This is again construction of a house. This is another phase-based WBS. So here they are doing construction of house based on phases. So design is one phase, procurement another phase, construction or execution is another phase, inspection, the quality inspection is another phase, and turnover is another phase. And then this is level 1 WBS elements. All these are level 2 WBS element. These are level 3 WBS elements. So 2 WBS below design, these are level 3. Again, these electrical, plumbing, HVAC are level 3 WBS. Again, this construction, below construction, interior, exterior are 2 level 3 WBS elements, and so on. Now they're just explaining here. Level 1 has 5 elements each. This is not actually level 1. This should be level 2. Has 5 elements. Each of these elements are typical phases of a project. The level 2 elements are unique deliverables in each phase. So these are the deliverables like permits, drawings, and so on. Here they are mentioning it as level 2, but in SAP PS, this itself, the construction of house itself, we create it as first level WBS element. So these are level 2 WBS elements, then these are level 3 WBS elements for our understanding in the SAP PS. The level 1 WBS elements is usually called root WBS element, ROOT, root WBS element. And most of the cases, there is only one level 1 WBS elements, but there can be some instance where there can be multiple level 1 WBS element also. That is also possible. Okay, so let us just go through. This is again the slide which is explaining this picture. So regardless, okay, of the type of WBS, the lower level elements are all deliverables. Notice elements in different legs have the same name. What is that same name? Phase-based WBS requires work associated with multiple elements divided into work unique to each level 1 WBS element. WBS dictionary is created to describe the work in each WBS element. So that dictionary and all that is all construction or manufacturing terminology, which for, okay, what is this design, what is procurement and construction mean? They'll have their own dictionary. What is this 1.1 permits and drawings? They'll have the details maintained for that. We saw this WBS structure, either it is phase or deliverable, and it describes a certain task or a partial task which can be subdivided further. So there is no, in SAP itself, there is no limitation on how many levels you go further. And I was explaining, normally we go to, most of the projects have till level 4, 5, max 6, 7 they will go, but not further than that in most of the projects. But SAP itself doesn't bind you into how many levels you can go. You can go even further if required. So this we'll see in SAP how to create WBS element. Then what, there is something called project definition, which is nothing but a project. So we'll see that as well in the system. I will just take you through this, and after that you can try logging in with your side as well. Okay. So SAP PS Project System. This is available both in the logistics as well as the accounting part. Both side, accounting as well as logistics. So both people, even people who are from logistics side, they can also take up project system. Those who are from accounting side, like we have FI consultant also here, right? So they can also take up project system. Then just let me take you through what is there in project system, what are the sub modules, and then I will take you into the screen. So we have basic data. Then this is the project where we create project. Now these documents, if you are aware in project, there will be multiple documents which you need to store, and you need to use those documents, be it drawings, then can be specifications, and there can be like even our SAP drawings, SAP blueprint documents or solution documents, flow charts, and so on. Those are very important. So they need to be stored. So there is a module in SAP called DMS. You've heard of this? document management system. So we can make use of these this module, document management system, to store those documents, and you can attach these documents to WBS elements or activities. Even if you have used other modules like those who have done production PP, then they can do it in production orders. You can attach it to material master, even to POs, purchase orders, you can attach these documents. Now, those who have done plant maintenance, they'll be aware of what are notifications. Then again, collaboration is meant for documents, publishing folders, and transferring folders and all. Now, the important ones which we normally use are these ones: the basic data, project, we use financials. So within financials, there are cost planning, budgeting. We'll look at that in detail. Then there is an important one in PS is progress tracking. So progress. So there will be activity confirmation, progress tracking. Then there is dates, which is schedule of the project. So how to prepare a project schedule, then how to monitor the project schedule, that we will see. Then resources. Now resources are nothing but your work center and capacities in work center. So how to plan that. And also important is materials. So how you do material planning, and with for project also there is a MRP, like we do MRP for plants, we can do for in MM for a plant, or PP for plant, we can do MRP for a project also. You can see MRP can be done for a sales order as well. We'll have a look at that. Then for execution, how we can from the materials point of view, you have goods issued, goods received. After PO, we have goods issued, goods received, and for services also you have got service entry sheet, then approval of the service entry sheet. So we'll have a look at that. And there is some feature of monitoring dates, like what is your PO date, what is the PR date, PO date, goods received date. So those dates we can monitor. There is some transactions for that. Even we have this project oriented procurement, which is Pro9. And then there is lastly information system, which are the reports. So there are several reports available in project system. So these broad classification are these: structure reports, then you have list reports, which are individual overviews. See list of the projects you want to see, project definitions, list of WBS elements, list of networks, activities. You can go and see here. You want to see the structure report, then you can see over here. Just let me do one thing. I want to, let's say, see the technical names. So then there are cost financial reports, plan based. There can be, these are hierarchical, are the structure reports, and there are cost element based reports also. So what are cost elements? FI folks will know that. Anybody want to give it a try? Oh, that is there. That is not in S4. That was before S4 also. Those are primary cost elements, and then some are secondary cost element, right? So cost elements are nothing but those are GLs. But in the S4, now the difference is you don't have to create separately in CO cost element directly from the FI side. You can create cost element with your GL account. Okay. And there are different classification of GL accounts. The major types are the primary cost element, or they are secondary cost element. So wherever we book the cost and revenues, those are primary cost elements. Okay. So in CO controlling, the GL accounts will be called as cost elements. So we shouldn't get very nervous there when somebody talks about cost elements. So they are nothing but they are GL accounts only. But in the CO, the terminology is cost element, because based on what is the nature of the cost incurred, they will classify into different types of cost elements. So there are cost element based reports, then there are budget based reports, like what is the original budget, what is the changed budget, what is the current budget, what is the cost we have incurred, so that we can see in this budget reports how much is the budget available now, that we can see here. Now same cost reports, similarly it will come in revenue reports also. So whenever there is a project which has revenues involved, then we will look at revenue reports instead of the cost reports. So revenue reports will include even cost, it will include, but apart from cost, it will also have revenues. So in this case, the PS project is the WBS elements is linked to the sales order or the SD module to have your revenues. So now let us just look at 1 second. So I want to take you in SAP PS Project Builder or CJ20N. This is the transaction which will be the most commonly used transaction. This transaction, we can put it in the favorites and keep, because for most of the things, this will be used. You can do your project creation from here, WBS creation. You can do your network activity creation, material planning, almost everything required for project system. Those transactions which we can do in the project builders. We can just keep this in favorite. Now I will just take you through a WBS structure first. How a WBS structure looks like and how do we go about creating it. So I will first show one structure and then we will create a structure. After that, we'll see your access and then we'll take. So this is the screen. I've just opened one existing structure for now. So this is a project definition. Just let me close this everything. So this is a project definition. I'm in the project definition detailed screen over here. Okay. So there are three parts to this screen. You can see one here is the structure overview. You can expand here this structure. You can expand this like this from here. I can collapse it from this button. Okay, and expand it from this button. Then this is the detailed screen. So wherever my cursor is, okay, this is depending on where your cursor is. My cursor is in the project definition, so it is showing me the details of the project definition here. If I keep my cursor on the WBS element, now all these small triangles, now there is a tooltip also here. So all these triangles, yellow triangles are WBS elements. If I keep my cursor here, it is showing me it is a project definition. Okay. So now my cursor is at project proposal. So now it is showing me the details of the WBS element over here. Yeah. So I was taking you through the project builder. So we are looking at this. Let me just collapse this everything. So now this over here, you see the project structure in this window. There are three windows in this screen. Okay. So, and this one is the detail screen. So now this is the project structure. My cursor is here. So I'm seeing the details of the project structure. Okay. So here you have got basic data, like we have got first, which controlling area, CO area it is. This project is for which company code, plant. You can have business areas. In some companies, they'll keep profit center also. Some companies will have function area as well. And then there is a currency, which project currency is going to have. Then for a project definition, we'll have a start date and finish date. Okay. What will be the start date of this project? What will be the finish date of this project? Now, what is the factory calendar? Now you can use different calendars in project. So it usually is tied to a plant. So in this case, there is 01 factory calendar use. So you can have many different factory calendars, and you can use the appropriate one for that project. A setting involved for this, whether you want to use company code currency or the controlling currency. So I'll show you that setting in the project system. There is a project profile and there will be a plan profile. So in that profile, you will see this, how to use the currency. No, now once you have, now this is grayed out field. Now I cannot edit the currency. Yeah, that time you can edit the currency. But that also depends on what is the setting behind, whether you are allowed to edit the currency or not. Let me just say, okay, let me, 1 second, let me just open on screen, create one new project. Okay, I'm just trying to create new project here. Now, let me just put some, okay, I'm just trying to create new project here. I will just use one of the, this is very important setting, which is project profile. Okay, we'll see that later on. So project profile setting, it in this project profile configuration, all these different profiles you see here below are maintained in a project profile. So now once I enter a project profile, these will get filled up automatically. We saw based on that project profile, standard project profile, these budget profile, planning profile, a key, this got all filled up over here. Okay, now I will just look at that currency. So in here, based on the project profile, the company code, and the controlling area, project currency euro has got filled up automatically. Correct? Now let's say I want to change this. This was the question, correct? Let's say I want to change it into USD. So now I'm just saving it. The system has allowed me to change it to the project currency USD. Okay. No, right now it is editable, but once you have done some transactions on this project, you will not be able to change it afterwards. Cost planning, or you have done some cost booking onto the postings onto the project, then you are not able to change the currency afterwards. No, not necessarily. One minute, just so now I'm going to create new WBS element. Okay. So now there are multiple ways of doing this. I am just showing you one of the way. So I have created one project definition. Okay. C-1001. This is the project number or the project code. Usually what happens for the first level, the level 1 WBS, we keep the same code as the project definition code. Okay. Most of the cases we do that. I'm just going to name it. Now, what it will do, it will take the characteristics from the project profile and the project definition. So the currency for this, it will take it from the project definition, which is US dollar. So in the assignment section, if you go, it has taken currency US dollar. Even it has copied everything: company code, business area, plant, factory calendar, currency from the project definition. Okay, I'm saving this. See, still this has not become grayed out at the project definition level. Now it is possible. See what happens. One project, there can even be multiple currencies involved. It can be sometimes same company. Even you can have one project with WBS from different companies. That is also possible, but very rarely used. But you can have from another currency. That is also possible that we can do. I will just show you one example. So this was level 1. Let me say it is just both US dollar right now. Now I will have, now there is something very important here called project coding mask. Okay. In this case, this project coding mask is blank. So I'm not using any particular project coding mask. This I will explain you when we go into the configuration in more detail. I'll explain you what is project coding mask, how it helps us. So usually we keep these codes as the same and just the last, like the succeeding numbers we change, okay, or we add to it. So this one I'm just going to make it level 2. This also I'm going to make one more level 2. I'm going to have, let's say, 3 level 2 WBS elements I'm going to have now. This I'll make it 3. Let me just make this SAP project, let's say. Okay. And these are my phases. Prepare as per the activate. So these are all in US dollar right now. This also I'll make it. And we're going to save this. Okay. So now in this case, we have got all USD, but it is possible. Now I'm going to show you another view, WBS element overview. You can have, see, one, everywhere there is 0001 is the company code, correct? This is company code. I'm just expanding this. I can have different company code. Let's say I want to have 0003 here. This is 0001. I want to have again 0003 here. So this is possible. Okay, now I don't know which is the plant. Let me just take out the plants. Controlling area. There's controlling area mismatch. Because this controlling company code 0003 is not attached to, assigned to CO area 0001, it seems. Okay. So I'm not assigned, but if it is assigned to 0003, then I can change this. Let me just try any other company. No, it is not ours. Okay, but it is possible to have different company codes in one project. But I told it will not be very common that you will have projects with multiple company codes. This WBS elements. It is actually WBS element of different company codes. Okay. Yes, yes. Normally it will be only one company code only, but if you know transfer pricing scenario, in that case, usually they will have multiple company codes in one project, and then there will be transfer pricing from one company to another company. It doesn't make any difference because at the project builder, which is the project definition, I will just make this change here again. See, the transactions are being posted at WBS element level. They are not posted at this WB at the project level. Okay, this project definition is there to just bind all my WBS elements the structure together. This is a framework. The project definition, this is a definition, correct? So this is the framework for my project. It gives me default values, okay, like what is the project profile I'm using. Based on that, okay, what will be the behavior, like what budget profile, this, all these profiles will be there. And you have organization details, which again get defaulted into the WBS elements, which I create below. But by itself, a project definition doesn't have transactions posted to it. It is always at the WBS elements, whether level 1, 2, 3, where the transactions are posted. So even if you have one company here at the project structure level, project definition level, sorry, not project structure, the project definition level, if I have one company, but let's say 0001, but my WBS elements is having another company, which is, let's say, 0003. So my transactions will get posted in company code 0003, not in 0001. Again, that same 0003 only to go. So that is why I'm saying that very rarely we will see that there will be other company codes involved in a project, but there may be some instances where in an organization within the same controlling area, there are different company codes and we make use of multiple company codes in one project. But that will be very rarely used. In a transfer pricing situation, usually they are used. Let's say it's a project involving multiple, let's say within India, we have 2-3 company codes, or it's an international project, let's say, having 2-3 countries involved. Okay. And let's say this is some project based on some deliverables. Some deliverable is happening in USA. One project, I want to manage it as one project. This is happening in USA, not by geography, but the company code. Okay, geography is immaterial here. In a USA company code. Another deliverable is happening, it's, let's say, in UK company code. And another, let's say, there's the offshore delivery component also, which is happening in India company code. In that case, you may have this type of structure with multiple company codes. So the cost will get booked in those different company codes, but as a project, you will see the cost. Let's say this US part was 1 million, UK part was 2 million, let's say, and the India part was 4 million. So totally as a project, I can see 1 plus 2 plus 4, that is 7 million as one project. Okay. Got it? WBS level only. Because you see here at a project definition, you have one company, but this is immaterial because I'm not going to do my posting here. This is meant just for defaulting the company code and plant business area to my WBS elements, which I'm going to create in this project definition. That is a prerequisite, yes. But of course, we are going to talk about the same controlling area, right? It is it's a same group. Let's say I am with, for example, let's say this is Reliance. Okay, I'm in Reliance, so I have Reliance UA. I am a Reliance as a controlling area. I have got one company code, but one controlling area. Sorry, not company code. One controlling area, but I have got multiple company codes. Within India, I could have 20 company codes. Okay, and overseas, I can have, let's say USA, I can have 2-3 company codes. In Europe, I can have 2-3 company codes. Middle East, I can have more company codes. But as a controlling area, I will be one group. So I will be having single controlling area. Most of the situation, it is like that in most of the companies. Correct, no? We have FI consultant. Who was that? So we were talking about WBS. Okay, so this is actually project definition. As I was telling, this is a framework for the project WBS elements and activities which I'm going to create within my project structure. So as I explained, the project profile is very important. The project profile has all these profiles within that. So when we go into the configuration and see, we will see each and every profile, budget profile, planning profile, interest profile, investment profile, what all these things, network profile, we'll see all these things later. Then, as I was talking to you, statistical, those who have done FICO, they'll tell us what is statistical. You've heard of statistical? So you do this posting on this. So there will not be real, the financial posting will not be real financial posting on this, but it will be just for reporting purpose or statistical purpose. That is when you use this statistical. Most of our project, we will not have this statistical ticked. It will be unticked over here. Okay. Now I told you about project stock. See, there is a plant stock, PLANT, plant stock, and there is something called project stock. If there is some materials I'm purchasing and I want to have it for a particular WBS element only, I don't want other projects like, see, I have a site and there are multiple projects happening, or even there is a manufacturing unit at that site within that plant. I don't want others to use my materials which I have procured for my use. So I was talking about project stock. See, if I'm purchasing, I will just give you some example. For non-stock, for stock items, usually you have reservations. Reservation you use to issue internal materials, like you have stock in your plant and then you issue it to that against that reservation, correct? Yeah. But apart from that, see, you're issuing, but I have got my goods in the plant, but anybody, it is first come, first serve, right? I ask for some material, the store guy is going to issue it to me, correct? Okay. But I have purchased it for me, and I don't want the store guy to issue it to any other project or even to any other, let's say there is some work going on the production side in the production floor. Okay, I don't want it to get issued to any other production order. It could be anything, to a plant maintenance order, or even to another project, PS project. I don't want it to get issued. I want it to for my own consumption. That is when I use project stock. It is actually called special stock. So in that case, the stores guy cannot issue. So it is a special stock within the plant stock. Okay, my plant is 0001, right? It's 0001, and let's say there is even a storage location in the plant. And this is, let's say I was asking for I was looking at that project, rotor project, right? So that rotors have come. I wanted some three rotors in my project, in one of my activities. So those 3 rotors have come and another project is asking it now. So the stores guy will issue it to that other project. I don't want that to happen. Okay. So in that case, I will use this. I will use this project stock. So what happens is that stock, whatever has come from my purchase order, will stay as a special stock against that particular WBS elements for which I procured. Let's say I've procured it for this WBS element, C1-1001-02. Okay, so that rotors of 3 numbers which I've procured will be shown in the plant stock under this WBS element, C1001, which is a special stock, and it cannot get issued to any other project or to any other reservation. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That is the control. That is when we have to use project stock. If you want to keep that control.
Yeah.
So no project stock means we don't want to keep control on the project stock. That is no project stock. Once I want to keep the control on the project stock, I'll use either valuated or non-valuated. Okay, most of the cases we'll use valuated. In non-valuated stock, what happens is every transaction is not recorded from the cost side. Only the goods at the time of good receipt, the posting of the financial posting will happen in non-valuated stock. In valuated stock, even you are doing goods receipt, you are doing goods issue, the financial postings are going to happen. That is meant by valuated stock. We will see this example when we do some transactions. When you will create a project stock and we'll do some transactions, we'll see this. What is the use of these 3 radio buttons? Okay. Now this also has to be configured. Now this has also come from a project profile. In the profile, it was configured that it should be no project stock. Okay, so it has come by default, this one. Now it has not allowed me to select valuated stock because of the configuration behind. Now if I go to administration screen, this is just created by and changed by, nothing much over here. Then you have long text where you can put detailed description. Then there are some user fields. This integrated planning, just let me, 1 second. No? Let me check because there are 2 types of integrated planning. Okay, this has something to do with your CO controlling. Okay, in controlling, what happens is there is cost center accounting. In cost center, we plan. Usually, those who are doing production planning, PP, they will come across this. What they mean by planning for cost centers. They will plan cost centers and activity types. Okay, so in that activity type and cost center planning, they will plan what is the rate of all those activity types. So there, this is used, this integrated planning. Systems also, we are going where we have work centers. Like we have in PP, we have work centers. Similarly, work centers we can use in PS also in the activities for the work performed. It could be machinery, you can use work centers for machinery, or it can be even used for manpower, like the resources, skilled resources, unskilled resources, different types of like it could be engineers, it could be technicians, or different trades. You can use work center, and activity type will be maintained for the unit rate, for the what is their unit rate for each of these type of people, the labor, like whether engineers or technicians or the skilled laborers. So it is a similar concept as the PP in the PS also. That is when you will use integrated planning. So what happens is this will then, for that the prerequisite is you need to do this integrated planning with cost center. That is one prerequisite. In the CO version, it needs to be activated. And then you will settle this integrated orders to the cost centers. But I have not seen this integrated planning used much in the PS side. But this is, if we really need to do, we can check with our CO consultant in detail about integrated planning, and we can consult them whether we need to use integrated planning, because this has impact on the CO side more rather than within PS. So, okay, so this was that, and then, okay, then the SAP has given us some list of some user fields which we can use And there is a field key. You see here, field key configuration. There are these 4 general fields, 2 date fields, 2 check boxes, and 4 numeric fields, which we can configure using this field key. And then depending on that, this will change. Like for this field key 0001, all these 4 are enabled. Okay. And let's say if I go for another one, work clearance management. Now here only 2 are enabled, and we can change the label also here. Template type. Where, earlier for 001, but default it is text 1, text 2, text 3. But I can do that changes in using this work clearance manage in a field key configuration. I can do changes. I can activate certain fields. I can deactivate fields. I can change labels. So that is called user fields. This user field are available at project definition level also. At WBS element level also they are available, and even at network activity level also they are available. Now we are at 12 o'clock. I want you to check whether you're able to access the system so that next time you can do these exercise. Can we do that now, or so that I can help you in case you're not able to access system?
Let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which organizational elements can be staffed on projects in SAP PS? Option A, positions. Option B, jobs. Option C, persons. Option D, all of the above. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, ever wanted to master SAP Project System, SAP PS, like a pro? Well, now's your chance with our self-paced course on Teachable. In this course, you'll dive deep into SAP PS, the ultimate tool for managing projects efficiently. From planning and budgeting to tracking progress, SAP PS does it all. Our curriculum is designed by experts in the field, ensuring you get the most comprehensive learning experience. Whether you're a beginner or looking to sharpen your skills, we've got you covered. Meet your instructor, a seasoned professional with years of experience in SAP PS. They're here to guide you every step of the way and answer any questions you may have. But don't just take our word for it. Hear what our students have to say. They found our course incredibly valuable in advancing their careers. And the best part, you don't have to break the bank to access all this knowledge. Our course is affordable and accessible to everyone. So why wait? Become a SAP PS expert today by signing up on our Teachable page. And for more details, visit ZaranTech's website below. Happy learning.
Hello and welcome everybody. Last session we covered project structuring. Now let us look at today let us look at WBS elements, and then we'll go to networks activities. So I'm sharing my presentation now for WBS elements. So WBS stands for work breakdown structure. So in any project, WBS, the work breakdown structure is very important in managing that project. So project managers, when they start a project, the first thing which they will do is create a WBS structure. Okay. So what all things go on in making up a WBS structure? How can you make a WBS structure? WBS structure, there are different ways of coming up with a WBS structure. You can either make it deliverable based, or you can make it phase based WBS structure. So we will see some examples of both these methods, or we can have a mix of about this as well. Then we see what is a WBS element, what are the characteristics of a WBS element, how do you go about creating WBS elements, and what are the user-defined fields for WBS elements, then how can you change some of the labels of those WBS elements, that we will see. So let us go into WBS elements. WBS elements, in a WBS structure, actually we organize our project tasks, activities which we are going to do in that project in a hierarchical structure, in a hierarchy. Okay, so it's a functional basis for the other planning steps in the project. So in project, there are many types of planning which we do. We do process planning, we do cost planning, we do schedule planning, then capacity planning, and also for monitoring the progress of work. So that is project control. So the WBS should give us a clear picture of what is the project and what are the key elements in that project. So this WBS structure will also help you in the coordination and implementation of the project from management standpoint. So the WBS will show what is the work involved in the project. So some of the very important functionalities which are available when we use a WBS structure are as follows. Cost planning we can do when we have a WBS structure. We can do account assignment of purchase orders or sales orders. So these documents are SAP related documents we're talking about. We can do revenue planning for a WBS structure. We can do invoicing for a WBS. Then we can do budgeting and availability control. We can activate stock management. If it is project stock, you can do that stock management using WBS. Then month-end closing, that is called period-end closing activities. Example, settlement of project cost that we can do using this. And also different types of reporting. It is cost reporting, structure reporting, etc. We can do using the WBS structure. Now, what are the objectives of WBS? So you have the complete project. We want to break it down into manageable units. Okay, so that is where WBS has to be defined into such a manner that they are manageable units, where you can define your basic dates and determine the cost. So what does WBS do? Divide the project step by step into structure elements, and these structure elements are called WBS or work breakdown structure elements, WBS elements in short, in the project system. Now each WBS is the result of this splitting. So the full project, you are splitting it down into multiple WBS elements. So this breakup of the structure, from different viewpoints, you can break it down by phase, like logic or process oriented, by function, then by object oriented. We can, some examples are coming up in the next slides. You can just understand what do you mean by phase, function, object, and how you can break it down into these methods. So if you look at this hot air circulating rotor, okay, so now here, okay, so in this case, the rotor, they have divided into three WBS elements: jigs and fixtures, planning, engineering. And then jigs and fixtures, again, they have broken it down into engineering, production. Then engineering, they've broken down to three, that is rotor shaft, rotor blades, controls. Production, they have broken down into three, that is mechanics, electronics, and hydraulics. Okay. So all these rectangular boxes here are WBS elements, and they are in a structure format. This is like a tree structure, okay, hierarchical manner they are organized over here. So here this is level 1. So at the top level, in this case, they have got only one WBS. Level 2, they have got 3 WBS elements. This is level 3, where they have 5, and level 6, where they've got 3 WBS elements. Now, Let us look at example of how you do deliverable based the WBS structure. So this is one example of deliverable based structure wherein, let's say we are having one house. So construction of a house, we break it down at this level. First breakup is at internal work, external work, and foundation work, let us say. Okay. So in this case, these are the deliverables. Okay. Foundation is one deliverable, internal work is one deliverable, external work is another deliverable. Within internal, then they have broken down into more steps. So internal, they have broken down into electrical works, plumbing works, etc. Foundation, they have broken down into excavation, steel erection. They can have more to that. Then external is masonry work, building finishes, include painting or some other things, and etc. So these are the WBS elements. So in this case, construction of house is level 1 WBS, internal, foundation, external, these are level 2 WBS, electrical plumbing, these are level 3, excavate and steel erection is level 3, masonry work, and the building finishes is again level 3 WBS elements. Now we look into, again talking about the first slide. Regardless of the type of WBS here, the lower level elements are all deliverables. Okay. Now we go into phase-based work breakdown structure. Let's say same project we have got, construction of a house. Now instead of deliverable, we want to go into phase-based. So what would be the phases of this project? House construction, it will be like design of the house, procurement of materials for the house, construction of the house, inspections for the house, and then turnover or commissioning, handover to the customer. So in the design, you have permits, drawings. So this is level 2 WBS elements. This is level 1, construction of house is level 1. Design, procurement, construction, inspections. This is level 2 WBS elements. Then each of the level 2, they have again broken up, like permits and drawings for design, level 3 WBS elements. Under procurement, they have put electrical, plumbing, HVAC as level 3 WBS elements. Construction, interior, exterior, and inspections, masonry work, building finishes. Then under turnover, they have walkthrough and closing. So these are the WBS elements from phase point of view. So a structure of a WBS elements. What does WBS do? It describes either a certain task or a partial task that can be subdivided further. So like we have design which can be again further subdivided into permits and drawings. So for example, so now let us go into the system and see how we can create WBS structure. So either you can create single WBS element or you can create multiple WBS elements. Now let us go into the system and see how we create WBS elements, and then we come back to this screen. Okay. So we have one project created, this CapEx project. We have a structure already built. Let me just add new WBS elements to this so that we'll just see how we add WBS elements inside this. So this is the WBS, this is the project. Let me open it again. I am in CJ20N transaction code, which is the project builder transaction. Change mode. So I have already a project structure here. Let's say I'm just going to add one new WBS element under, let's say, feasibility study. Okay. So what I can do, I can just drag this WBS element from here and drop it to the feasibility study. It will create one WBS element below feasibility study. So I can, it has taken the number automatically from the project coding mask. I will just give some name to this. Let's say section A, feasibility study. This I'll take some other project. There is some issue with the configuration, it seems. So I'll create one WBS element in this project. Let's say at level 2, I want to create. Below level 1, I'm going to put this. And let's say I'm just going to name this as 04. So this is the WBS element which will get created when I save this. What are the information which we need over here? So here is this WBS code. Then this is the project type field. So let's say this is, you can define it whether it's civil project, building project, infrastructure. Let's say I call it civil project. You can select priority, urgent, very urgent, etc. Then you can select person responsible, applicant number, then applicant number, this responsible cost center, requested cost center. These are the fields. Very important over here in this WBS are these three fields: planning element, account assignment element, and billing element. So these are the called operative indicators. So these are very important. So wherever you want to do cost planning, and you have selected in the cost, the planning profile that you will do cost planning only for those WBS where planning element is selected. Then we use this planning element. So this will enable planning to happen. Okay, I will just go to the F1 help and I just show you what is this planning element means. So this indicator means that this WBS element is a planning element. And this, if it is set in the planning profile, then you can only plan cost on these WBS elements that have been designated as planning elements. The second point to this is account assignment element. So wherever you want to post cost, actual cost, be through PO or through timesheet or even through FI journal entry, you want to post, then that time this account assignment element should be ticked. Otherwise, you will not be able to post cost to this WBS element. Okay. The third one is billing element. Now, in case you have a sales order, this is a customer project, and you are going to supposed to bill using this WBS element as then that time if you want to use this WBS element in the billing and do account assignment to a sales order, that time you need to click this button. This is the billing element button. So this indicates that this WBS element is a billing element. If you maintain a billing element plan for a WBS element, you must set this indicator. So if you have a billing plan for WBS element, then you cannot change this indicator afterwards. Okay? That is very important. So suppose in this case, we don't want it to be billing element, only account assignment. So we will take this as a account assignment. Now there are some more tabs here, dates. So over here, there is basic start, basic finish date. If you are using WBS scheduling, then you can put these dates so that these dates, and if you are using bottom up scheduling, then these dates will roll up from the lower level WBS element to the higher level WBS element, which is level 1, and to the project level that time. Similarly, there are forecast dates also. So there is another set of dates available in the system. So if you want to copy date from basic date or to forecast, or another set of date you want to use in scheduling, then you can use the forecast date also. And there is actual date. So this is when you confirm that work is being done. That time we can put here the actual start and actual finish date. Let us look at assignments. So here will be controlling area, company code, business area, plant. Now this information all comes from your project definition. If you have already put this information in the project definition, automatically this information will get reported in the WBS element. You have a choice here. You can change this till you have released the WBS. Once you have released and done some postings, then this information cannot be changed in some circumstances. So you cannot change in the company. Now, control tab will have the different types of profiles which we are going to use. If it is investment profile, results analysis key. So if you have put investment profile, then what will happen that once you release this WBS, now this isn't created, but once I release this WBS element, then a AUC, which is asset under construction, will get created for this WBS element, okay, which is attached to this WBS element. Okay, I can show you that. Just give me 1 minute. After that, there is very important phase tab is user field. So there is a field key like this 0001. We'll see in this configuration after that. So based on this field key, the fields and the labels over here will get changed. Okay, let's say now I change this to WCM, for example. Now you see the fields have got changed here. Now only 2 fields are available, template and template type. Others have become grayed out. Okay. So this is by default, SAP provides us this many fields in the user fields. There are 4 text fields, 2 date fields, 2 quantity, and some value, 2 value fields, 2 indicator fields. Okay. Now these labels we can change when you go and do this configuration in the field key. Some of the fields you can gray out. Some of the fields, if you don't want some of these fields, you can gray them out also in the field configuration. Now there is one more tab important is progress tab. So this is actually important for progress analysis. So here you enter what is the method for the plan, progress method, and also then the actual method. So this is the version, which version we are going to use. If I'm going to use version 100, progress version, and what is my method for planning? Okay, let's say I'm going to use 0 to 100 method for plan, and for actual I can use same method or I can use different method. Let's say I'm going to use work method for actual. Okay. So this is what I can do, and I can put a weight for this. Let's say this contributes to 25% of my project POC, percentage of completion. I can put that figure over here. Let me just save this information now. Okay, so I have saved this. As I was telling you, if I release this WBS element, since I have put here investment profile, it will create a asset under construction for this. Let me just do that now. Release this WBS element. So there is some issue in this configuration. Company code 001 is not different, but it is trying to create an asset under construction for this WBS element. So the system will create an asset under construction for this WBS element once you release this WBS. Now let us just look at some of the configuration for user fields. Let me just go back to my presentation. So this is the T4 PS1 for creating user-defined fields for WBS elements. Okay. So you can make use of these fields to enter your own data, for example, information of person responsible, substitution proxies, internal phone numbers, quantity fields, and units. This is some example they've given how we can use those fields, user fields. Okay. So these are the fields available. You can change the label of these fields. Let us do that now. Let me just go into this configuration and we will see how we can change that. So now I'm going to that configuration OPS1. So let me just maybe copy this, do some other. So I'm making this new field key, and here I want to change the label. So let's say name of PM. I want to have here. Place. Just have this. Start date and finish date. Save this. This is going to get saved in the transport request. Now I'm going to go back into my project screen where I created, and let me now check in the user fields. So this is by default 001, which is the field key. I have created my own new field key. Let me look at that. So if you see here, the changes which I did are here. Like I said, the name of project manager, the field 1 was text 1 was name of PM, text 2 is place, and date 1 I changed to start date, and date 2 I changed to finish date. So those labels have got changed over here. So this is the field key configuration which we can do. So I'm just saving this for now. Now let us go into this WBS elements which we have seen. With WBS elements, then there are different types of planning we can do. One type of planning which we can just see quickly is cost element planning. So let me just go into CJ40T code. So here I just planning, there are two types of planning which we can do. So this first planning is hierarchy planning or structure cost planning, wherein at the WBS element directly you can enter the figures. Now next type of planning over here is cost element planning, wherein you select this WBS element and click on primary cost. So it will open up here. So it will open up the list of the cost elements. So you can enter the information over here in this cost elements. So this is combination of this WBS element and this cost element that we are doing this planning for. Like, and let's say consumption of raw material, and there is some external processing cost. Let's say, so I'm going to put some cost for this, some planned, some value for this WBS element. Now you can see that planned in cost element planning this figure. So this is cost element planning. Just to remember that cost element planning you can do in different 0 versions. So right now I've done this in version 0. You can do it in version 1, version 2 also possible. Let's say I have got so many versions. If I go into version 1, you see that planning is not done. Let's say I want to do structure planning in this version 1. So I can do that. So let's say this, I've got 20,000, then 50,000 for the second WBS, then 30,000 for third WBS, 10,000 for the fourth WBS. So this is not planned, it seems. Let me just put some other year for now. I've put 2022. Yeah, so 2022 is available. So I will just total up. So now this is structure cost planning, which I'm doing in version 1 for this project Y.001. Okay. So this is different types of cost planning we can do in WBS element. So we have covered the WBS element.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. In SAP PS, actual dates are updated automatically from which of the following times? Option A, goods receipt. Option B, production order confirmation. Option C, purchase requisition. Option D, network confirmation. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, ever wanted to master SAP Project System, SAP PS, like a pro? Well, now's your chance with our self-paced course on Teachable. In this course, you'll dive deep into SAP PS, the ultimate tool for managing projects efficiently. From planning and budgeting to tracking progress, SAP PS does it all. Our curriculum is designed by experts in the field, ensuring you get the most comprehensive learning experience. Whether you're a beginner or looking to sharpen your skills, we've got you covered. Meet your instructor, a seasoned professional with years of experience in SAP PS. They're here to guide you every step of the way and answer any questions you may have. But don't just take our word for it. Hear what our students have to say. They found our course incredibly valuable in advancing their careers. And the best part, you don't have to break the bank to access all this knowledge. Our course is affordable and accessible to everyone. So why wait? Become a SAP PS expert today by signing up on our Teachable page. And for more details, visit ZaranTech's website below. Happy learning!
Let us look at networks and activities now. So in this session, we'll look at what is network, what are activities, different types of activities, then what is milestones in networks. So what is activity? So activities is actually for the process, they are defined as components of a process, and with these characteristics, activities will have a duration, they have a defined start and a defined finish date, and they are to be done or processed without interruption, without breaks. You need resources to execute the activities, and activities also incur cost. So in SAP Project System, you have different types of activities. You have internal process activities, external process activities, and general cost activities. Within external process activities, there is one more type, which is external service activity. So let's have a look at that in the system. Then this was about activities. What is network? So network is actually, it represents the flow of project or task within project. So you actually arrange the activities together in a network. So that is network is going to bind or bound to the activities within itself. So networks are used for planning, analyzing, controlling, monitoring schedules, dates, and resources. Resources could be people, machines. PRP is production resource tools, materials, documents, and drawings. Now, how does network structure help? So what are the functionalities? So it helps us in scheduling, capacity planning. Then when you are doing, when the activities are being performed, so you need to keep track of the progress of that work. So the confirmation helps us in, okay, how much percentage the activities are complete. So that we do using confirmation of the activities. MRP or material requirement planning, material procurement and delivery, then external procurement of services, network costing, then period end closing activities, that is settlement of network cost to some other receiver like WBS Element, or you can send it to some other cost object in SAP. So in SAP system, when you define a network, it should also contain a network type maintained with it. So network type in PS is actually dependent on the order category. So the order category for network always will be 20 in the SAP system, and CO partner update. So if you look at this maintain network types setting in the configuration, that you put PSC for that. So look at this network types. To create a new network type, and we'll have this information over here. Okay, so you see order category always, you can give your own order type, and then you have got something called residence time 1, residence time 2. Normally we don't change this residence times. This is used in the archiving of the data. And settlement profile, this is important, and then the status profile. So this is also important. If you take this release immediately, then once we have created the network, it will get released automatically. So the person doesn't have to go and release the network afterwards. So in some cases, there may be a business requirement to use release immediately, but most of the project will not use release immediately. Then after that, there is creating milestones. So milestones we will look at afterwards. Let us go into the types of activities first. Okay. Let us go into the system and understand the different types of activities and the configuration for that. So CJ20N, before we are going to go. Same project. Just rename some of these activities. So let's say I'm going to use construction project. So I have got design. Now let's say under design, I have got some few activities I need to perform. So I will just create a network activities under design. So let me just click this. So I'll just say architectural design, landscape design. These activities, let's say, take some amount of duration. Okay, this takes 30 days. Landscape takes 20 days. RCC design, let's say, takes another 30 days. Time takes 40 days. And EP design takes 20 days. Okay, so I'm just saving for this for now. Now I'm just creating all these activities as I've created them as internal activities. If I click here, if you see, they're all internal activities. They're all under internal tab. Okay. For now, I will just explain you the internal activities first. Okay. So let me just click on one of the activities, and you can see what is the information which is important to be filled here. So the important ones over here is duration to be filled. Then, since it is internal activity, if you have your internal resources working on that, then you can fill up the work center. So let's say you have this work center, SW engineer, and how much hours of work he is going to perform for this activity. Let's say 100 hours is what it is going to take. Okay. So this is important to put here. Now for the next activity, landscape, again, you can put here, it could be a same work center or another work center, you can put that. Now in here, you can see this key, control key is very important. So if I take a drop down of this control key and navigate to PS, so you will see here that there is PS01, PS02, PS03, PS04, and PS05. So 5 network keys which are related to networks. So for internal processing, by default, The control key is PS01. For external, it will be PS02. General cost activity, it will be PS03. And for internal processing costing, this is for services, it will be PS04. This will be the network key. So this is important to remember. We see what does this network control key does. Let us just see that part also. So if you see here PS01, click there and choose PS01. Okay, so PS01, this is the control key, so it will take part in scheduling, determine capacity requirements, it will determine cost, but it is not general cost activity. It will help in printing confirmation, printing time tickets, and print. It is not a service activity, so it is unchecked here. Confirmations is 2, which means that confirmation is required for this, for internal activities. Whether it is external processing, so it is blank, means it is an internal process operation. Okay, and scheduled external operation is not ticked, so because it is an internal. If I click on PS02, we will see that these parameters again change now. From PS01, these parameters will change. If I click on PS02 and see detailed information, these parameters are changing. Okay. Similarly, if I go to PS03, click on detailed information, general cost activity code, right? And so this will change. So therefore, let me have it as PS01 because it is internal activity. So just one as a thumb rule, whatever activities will be performed by internal organizations, people, or even machinery, that I will have as internal activity. Wherever there may be external parties involved, then I will have as external activity. So let me just create an example of one external activity also. I will go to external activity. Let's say I need some uh, survey done, let's say, okay, land survey done, and this work is not being done internally for me, okay. So I can have this as an external process activity. For external process activity, you need some more information to be filled. So in this case, you need to fill up all this information. So what is the cost element? Then quantity, then material group, purchasing group, then you can also have, let's say, some price, indicative price also you can give over here. So let's say it is 30,000 euros. You can give recipient or who is the recipient of the service, who is the requisitioner for the service. So on, you can fill up this information. And once you save this, if you have this purchase requisition immediately, then you create the purchase requisition. You can have this from release also. But once the activity is released, then you create the purchase requisition. So let's say I will do it from release for now. I'm going to save it. So since this is created, it is not created the purchase requisition, but I can have it immediately. And now I save to create the purchase requisition. So if you see, it has created one purchase requisition here. So this purchase requisition will go through the procurement cycle. It will get converted into PR, and then this PR to PO, and then after that there will be at the time of confirmation, you have goods received. This activity will be completed, okay, and the cost will get booked to this activity. Now there is one more type wherein this is another again external, but with services involved. So I will also show you that with this one we did external activity but without services. So this checkbox is not ticked. If I'm going to have checkbox ticks, then we'll have that. Okay, let's say you have some services involved and you want to do progressive payments. Okay, that it is some quantity has been completed, some X quantity has been completed. Let's say 20% has been completed. I want to make payment for it 20%. Okay. So if the payment has to be done progressively, then we use this services normally. So in design, let's say I've got one, let's say there is survey. Okay, let's say this. Okay, let's say I've got, I'm getting some services for building approvals. So I'm going to make the payment to this contractor based on the approvals, the number of buildings I'm getting approval for. Okay, one agency, and I'm going to have services. So if you see here, now you have to enter the information for material group. After that, you have to also enter a service. We can just, if you have a service master already created, then you can have that, use that service master. Let's say I'm going to use now test A or audit services, for example. Or you can just type in, if you don't have a service master, you can just type in the text over here directly. So let's say I've got 5 buildings. I'm just going to have this. Then I'm going to go back into the project and see this building approvals. So if you see here now, this service exists checkbox has been checked. Okay. So if I click this over here, also purchase requisition has been created. And if you see here, it has this services, that 5 quantity of the services is available over here. Now, if I go into the purchase requisition, you see the same thing. So I'm opening another screen. I'm going to purchase requisition. So if you see this purchase requisition, I've got this building approval agency and I've got this service of 5 quantity. So the purchase requisition is directly getting triggered from the planning of the external service activity. So that is what we want. So this is the integration. Now the fourth type of activity is general cost activity. So we have seen internal processing activity, we have seen external processing activity. Within external process, if there is one with service, one without service, we have seen that. Then this primary cost is nothing but a general cost activity. So in case there are some work which are actually not done internally, but and also not done by your vendor, like some insurance cost, but you want to plan for that, how much cost going to incur, when it is going to incur. You want to do some planning for that. So you can use this primary cost, which is called general cost activity also. Or you have insurance cost, or let's see, you have permits cost. You can plan for that. Okay. If I click on this internal cost, it's very simple. There's not much information over here. You can just put duration, how much days it takes, okay, and amount, that's all, and which cost heading. So for this, once you have planned here 5,000 for this insurance cost, so whenever you are buying this insurance from any vendor, it could be, you will just do a journal without a purchase order. You will just do a journal voucher entry against this activity, so that the actual cost gets booked against the same activity and against your plans. You have a plan of 5,000. Actual insurance, let's say, just takes you 4,500. So you'll have a plan cost of 5,000 versus actual cost of 4,500 euros. So that is where your general cost activity will come into play. So now I will just go into the configuration side and show you the configuration required for activities and different types of activities, right from network type to the activities. Setting for network, we saw this in network type. So we have created this network type ZPS2. The order category in SAP for network will be 20. This is by standard. We will keep that for now. And settlement profile, we are using this 60 for network. Now there is specified parameters for network type. So this configuration is important, that in every plant, wherever you are going to use, you have to extend the network type. Let's say the ZPS2, and we're going to use in plant 0001. So I have configured over here for this. So what is the configuration inside this is important is that use this, we don't normally change these settings. The default rule, land costing variant, actual costing variant, planned cost. This normally we don't change. For activity account assignment, this indicator will be ticked. Activity account assignment. Okay. If it is PS 01, which is header assignment, network with header assignment, then this will not be ticked. Okay. We are using with activity assignment. So this activity account assignment is ticked. If you are going to generate change documents, then you can tick these change documents. Then another important one is network profiles. We are using activity account assignment. So here you have got plant network type, then MRP controller, then operate. What is the increment of for the activity is 10. So if my first activity number is 10, the second activity number will be 20, then 30, 40, and so on. Okay. Now, how the reservation purchase requisition, when it should get created. So whether it is immediately or from release. Normally we make it from release. Now this field key, like how we saw the field key for WBS elements, similarly there is a field key for networks activities as well. Okay. In the graphic settings, normally we don't do any changes, but if you want to do, we can do the same. This is required. This is important one, is activities. The control key, normally these are the control keys. For internal it is PS01, general cost is PS03, for service it is PS04, external process activity is PS02. So in case you want to make any changes in the control key, then we will copy this control key and make our own copy as probably as a starting with Z or Y, and then make that new control key and assign that control key over here in this setting network defaults. Okay. Another important point over here is which cost element or GL account will be used, that we can default it over here. Okay, so I have defaulted this is 4 lakhs for material cost, then 466,600 for insurance cost, 417,000 for purchase services, and so on. For external process activity, we have not put anything, but we can put something here. Let's say I will put the same 417. I can put over here. And you can also default purchasing organization for external process activity, and purchasing group over here or material group also you can put it as default. Let us look at settings for number range for networks. So if you now we created a one network over here. If you see, it got created with 4,360. If this numbering we don't want to use, we want to use some other numbering, then we can change this number, setup number range over here. We can go and change that number range. Okay. So you can look here. So ZPS2, so ZPS2 is over here and it is falling. This is my network type ZPS2 and it is falling in this group 15. And 15 is falling from here for 4 million to 4.9999. Okay, so I can assign it to another group if I want to change the number range. Then we saw that control key PA01, 02, 03, 04. Important point to note here is what is the document type for purchase requisition. So by default SAP provides that as NB as the purchase requisition type, and we can have only one purchase requisition type for automatic purchase requisition from PS. Be it for material or be it for services or for external activity. Same purchase requisition type will be used NB. But if you want to change this to NB to something else, we can change that. Okay? Your own purchase requisition type you can create and you can use it over here. But just remember that it will be only one purchase requisition type for all the projects and all material services in the PS side. So if we again go here in the project builder, and as we were looking at user fields, you can go here user field. So this is by default 001. If I look at ZPS 001, Now the user fields has changed as per my configuration which I did in the field keys at PS 0001. The name of PM, days, start date, finish date, labels have come over here. The same as in WBS elements, similarly in activities also we have got this user field concept. Now as soon as you assign this material services, this network is going to have cost created. So let me just show you that part also. So it is showing PRC, which is pre-costed. So let me just show you. Edit, cost, calculate cost. So now the cost has been calculated. So let us look at that cost. So for this network, this is the cost which has come up. So it is 42,682 cost for the total value, out of which 2926 is the fixed value. Now if you see here, you have actually cost by the activities as also over here. So if you see here activity number 10, what is the cost? Activity number 60 is 30,000. Activity number 80 is 5,000. Activity number 90 is 3,000. Activity number 10 is 4,682. So this I've done a subtotal for this. So I'll come out with this cost. So this is called automatic network costing. Whenever you are doing cost planning in the network, be it services, materials you are attaching, or you are planning for general cost activities, some cost, that is automatically calculating or doing cost planning, which is called automatic network costing. So that was what I wanted to show you here. Even let's say if you can assign materials to a network activity. Let me just assign one material. Let's say I need for drawings. Let's say to the internal activity. So use material, and I'm going to assign some material to this. So this, whatever material and quantity we have assigned, it will again do automatic network costing. Now, apart from this, different types of activities which we saw, important thing to note here in the network is the relationship between the activities. Now, these activities are not sequenced or not connected to each other. So connecting these activities is very important. So we can go here from here and connect the activities. So let's say architectural design will happen first, then landscape design, or okay. So first we'll do landscape design, then we'll do architectural design. With after architectural design, we'll do RCC design, then town planning. Then let's say we'll do NAP design, and then we'll do land survey, and so on. So this is how the relationship is looking. Some of the activities if you have not linked, so we can link them again here. And then within this relationship, there can be 4 types of relationship. One is finish start, finish FF, finish start FS, SF start finish, SS which is start active. And we can also have some delay or lag between the activities. So let's say architectural design finish, I need 5 days before I can start RCC design, let's say. So I can give like this a lag of 5 days. So now if I look at my Gantt chart, it will look something like this. I can click here. I can click on this button which shows me the project planning board or the Gantt chart. And this is how the Gantt chart is looking. The red lines over here indicate that these activities are on the critical path. Okay. So let me go back to my screen. Then we need to look at milestones for networks. So we will see how we create milestones for networks also. So we have seen WBS elements, we have seen network and activities, we will see milestones now. So milestones can be created both at the WBS element level and at the activity level. So let's say I want to create at WBS element level first. Okay, design. So I want to, let's say, have this milestone overview. I will start here that let's say one is starts, so it is start of design, let's say. Whether if it is relevant for billing, then I can put an invoice percentage for that it is 20% billing I can do when I do the design start. I can have a fixed date to that, or I can have a scheduled date. So this says document date. For this difference to WBS date I can give. I can give it offset to finish. If I don't click offset to finish, it will offset to the start of the WBS date. Similarly, we can create these milestones. Like this diamond shape is a milestone. This we can create also at the time of for WBS elements also. So let's say I want to have one milestone at RCC design level, let's say. So I can have, let's say it is completion of RCC design. And RCC design completion, let's say I can bill the customer some 25% of the value. It is POC is 25%, and I can bill, let's say 20% to the customer. Now here again, as I was telling you, if we have not maintained the offset, by default it is start of the activities like here, the schedule date is the start of the activity, RCC design just come. If I offset it to finish, then it will go to the schedule date, will go to the actual finish date, which has now changed to 27/7. Okay. Even if I can give on top of it some more offset, I can give, let's say, 10 days. So 10 days afterwards only I want to save by this is complete. No, it's complete. So now again from 27/7 it has become to 10/8, which is 10th of October. So this we can enter in the milestone functions. Now there is some milestone functions which we can do is like if you want to release the following activities, you release up to stop indicator, create a new network or a standard network, we can use this milestone features. So let's say we are going to use now for percentage of completion and billing plan I have put here. So we'll take care progress analysis and sales document date. So I'm saving this. Now this has link, the invoice percentage has link with the sales order. So in the sales order, when you assign this WBS element, okay, so this the milestones will appear over here. This WBS element y dot design y.001.01. So these milestones will appear over there in the sales order as a billing plan. So once I confirm this activity RCC design, then the system will prompt me whether this milestone is also complete. Once I confirm yes, this RCC design completion milestone is complete, then the billing block in the sales order will automatically get removed, and that sales order line item of 20% will be available for the billing when you do the billing run. So that is the use of the milestone. So I can just show you over here. Let's say I release this. Save it. Then I can go back. And let's say I confirm this activity. So I'm going to put here 100%. Is asking me whether you want to enter activity confirmation. Said yes. Then it is prompting us that milestones are attached to this activity. Maintain the actual dates. You say yes, and you can maintain this actual dates. That RCC design is completed. So that date will get updated over here. I will save it. So this is how we have covered the milestones as well. So we have seen WBS elements, we have seen networks, activities, and we have also seen the milestone creation in the network. So, thank you everybody for this session. Bye.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here is a question for you. What transaction code is used to create projects in SAP PS? Option A, CN01, option B, CN41, option C, OPJC, option D, CJ20N. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, ever wanted to master SAP Project System, SAP PS, like a pro? Well, now's your chance with our self-paced course on Teachable. In this course, you'll dive deep into SAP PS, the ultimate tool for managing projects efficiently. From planning and budgeting to tracking progress, SAP PS does it all. Our curriculum is designed by experts in the field, ensuring you get the most comprehensive learning experience. Whether you're a beginner or looking to sharpen your skills, we've got you covered. Meet your instructor, a seasoned professional with years of experience in SAP PS. They're here to guide you every step of the way and answer any questions you may have. But don't just take our word for it. Hear what our students have to say. They found our course incredibly valuable in advancing their careers. And the best part, you don't have to break the bank to access all this knowledge. Our course is affordable and accessible to everyone. So why wait? Become a SAP PS expert today by signing up on our Teachable page. And for more details, visit ZaranTech's website below. Happy learning.
So just quickly recap in the first 5 minutes. So yesterday we continued from WBS, then we went into activities, then in what is network, what is activities that we saw. Then we went about actual creation of the different types of activities. So we saw internal activities, then second was external activity, then external activity with service, when this checkbox is ticked, that's this service. Then we saw primary cost activity or general cost activity, and when it is used, we saw some examples of these activities. Okay, and so any questions on these different types of activities? What we will do is, about these activities now, we will see what happens on the configuration side. We'll start from there. Okay. Yes, we will take that example. Now we just saw about activities. Now there are more things to activities. There will be relationship between activities that we will see. We will take one more example. Now this we were taking one like a SAP project. Okay, we are doing one implementation project, and how the project structure looks like you see here. Oh, these are we saw here overview WB. Let me just share first. Okay, sorry, there was some disturbance. Okay, so this is one example we took. Let's say SAP implementation project. Then we created the WBS structure over here as phases. In an implementation project, we have prepare phase, explore phase, realize phase, and deploy phase. So we created the WBS as per that. Okay, and then the top level is again project level. Then within each of the phase, we created some activities. Let's say in the preparation phase, we have this high level project plan, meeting with senior management, project charter, approval of project plan. Just then we took some example. Now these are not actually for prepare network, but we put some more activities. Then we will put now explore phase, we will put some of the activities. Similarly, realize phase, some activities we will put. Deploy phase, we will put some activities. Okay. Similarly, we will take some example. If you want for construction project, we will take. Okay. So let me just get rid of this test WBS element. This we were just doing some transactions that time. We had to see this. I'll just get rid of that now. So I can delete this. Okay, select them and delete. But you can delete. Now there are conditions. If there have been no transactions posted on the WBS element, then only you can delete. Okay. So now on these WBS, I have not done any transactions. I have not done, let's say, cost posting or sometimes even planning of the cost. So you have not done, so that is why it is allowing us to delete. Otherwise, it will not allow us to delete. Okay. So like I have now deleted this WBS element. Now this WBS, and this is an overview screen, right? Again, you can see this in a hierarchy graphic by clicking on this button. Put your cursor at the project level. This is the project definition. Put your cursor there and click this. So it comes like this hierarchy graphic format. There is only two level WBS over here. Now these three buttons are those operative indicator. What are the operative indicator in WBS? Three. One is account assignment, which is AC.
Billing relevance or not.
And billing, and one more. Planning element. Planning element, remember? So this is billing, this is planning. So I can tick from here also, okay? Or I can untick from here also. In this hierarchy graphic also you can create new WBS, you can add that, okay? But normally we won't use this way to do it, but this is also another way of creating WBS elements, just to know. So for here, again I will show how we come here to the hierarchy graphic. Okay, so you have to keep your cursor here at the project definition level and click on this button, hierarchy graphic. So you come here, and here you can actually expand this or reduce this. Okay, the size will reduce. Now this is already optimized, so it seems it is not increasing or decreasing. Now this is the viewing area. What you are seeing on the top is actually there is a small box here with this small thin line. Correct. So if I change this, then this also gets changed. Okay. So let's say it's a very huge structure. Okay. And there are many, like say 200 WBS elements are there. I just want to look at a small part of it. So I can put this, make this box like that smaller, and just to focus on that part. Okay. This, then you can go here from left to right. You can scroll like that. I think this box size, we cannot change the box size. Okay. Yeah, from here it seems you can change. Okay, you cannot. This is the inside box. Okay. Now, okay, go here. There is a print option is there, but the option is only a print option is there here. So this print, if you want, I think maybe you can do it a PDF print like that. Okay.
Yeah, got it.
Output options. So let me go back now. Yes, I was telling you about now the configuration for the network and the activities. Okay, so let me just go and see that so that we can relate. We just saw yesterday fresh how the activities are created. Quickly see this part. So project system structures, operative structures, WBS, then setting for networks. Okay, we saw this network type configuration. Remember, we created a new network type, SAP PS2, and we are using network with activity assignment. Okay, and internal number range. Okay, not much configuration here, but just to remember that this is like any other order. It's an order type. Okay, ZPS2. Again, we can control authorization based on this also order type. Now, this order type we have to extend to the plants, which goes into the specify parameters for order type. So this ZPS2, if you see here, it's there in this 001 plant and also 1710 plant. Okay, and what are the settings here are these many. Okay, if you see here, activity account assignment, this one is the important one. Now, okay, here for now we just use this. I will explain you some of these things later on, but before that I want to explain you this maintain network profile. So we saw we were using this one, second one, 02, because this is with activity account assignment. We are using this one. Now here, if you see in the activities tab, there is some configuration. Okay, for the 4 types of activities. So this information which you want to default for the activity, you can maintain here. So you see here control key we discussed in detail. So internally process it is PS01, PS02 for externally process, PS03 for general cost activity, and PS04 for service activity. So this is defaulted here. Then unit of work H is defaulted, normal duration, day is defaulted, calculation key here is 0 defaulted. I will explain you later what is this calculation key. But then we saw externally processed, this is defaulted, PS02, currency is defaulted there, but cost element was not defaulted. So this we had to enter there. But if we want to default, this is also possible. You can put some particular cost element over here. So then the user does not have to enter. Similarly, this information we had to enter over there. Material group, purchase group, order unit. This also we can default it so that system will not ask us when you create a new external activity, system will not ask us for this information. Similarly for service, this information, remember we were entering. So if I default this, system will not ask me for this information. Did you get it? I will do one example here. Let me just put some proper cost element. Okay. Now this is in chart of account INT. Okay. To put the chart of account, try to get the cost elements. Okay, let's say I want to put for services, I will put this one, purchased services. Okay, I can take this. Yeah, right now you are seeing network profile.
Yeah.
And there is actually a project profile which has all the different, there are quite a few profiles. I showed you one thing, 1 second. Huh? At the project level, when you create, you put a project profile, okay? And in this project profile, there are many different profiles: budget profile, planning profile, interest profile, investment profile. Even these are linked there: network profile, WH scheduling profile. Okay, these are all there linked in the project profile. Okay, I did not show this project profile. We just glanced. We did not go in detail till now because it will be difficult to understand. So we are going actually one by one in these profiles, and we will also see the project profile, how you set it up properly. Okay.
Okay.
Now so let me just put this. I want to put some other cost element for general cost, let's say. Okay. So now my chart of account is INT. I want to search in this. So when we do this setting, if we are not sure about the accounts, we will check with our FICO consultant, okay, which cost element, that is GL account, I should put in the configuration. We have to explain them why you need it, what is the rationale, and then they will give us the GL account, proper appropriate GL account for the configuration. So okay, I have one here. It's insurance. I'll put this in the general cost. Now, what happens is sometimes you have you are procuring from many material groups and many purchase groups. Okay, so it is not proper to go and default it. So because what in that case the users might forget to change to the correct material group and to the correct purchasing group. Okay, in that case you will not maintain this material group and purchase group field default settings over here. Okay, but when we know, okay, this is the one material group and purchase group we always use, that time you can default. Okay, got it? This is how we can do this configuration. Okay, I'm just adding it to the customizing request. Now let us just see here. Okay, so let us know what is calculation key, and then we will appreciate why they have not put in others. Okay,
Sure.
what happens? Actually, I did not take that part, calculation part, still, because I have not used, this work center. I have not used this because this is topic I wanted to just first take you through the WBS and different types of activities, explain that, then go into work center, how to use work center and all. That's why I did not see now here that calculation key maintained manually. It has come 0. This is 0. Okay, this is 0. By default, it has come because there it is maintained as 0, maintained manually. Okay, now since you brought it up, I'll just explain it quickly, but I will anyway take it up in detail afterwards. Okay, so now there are this 1, 2, 3. Okay, calculate duration. Let's say I put this calculate duration. What will happen here if I make this calculate duration? Okay, so there is a relationship, let's say, maintained between work, okay, and this duration. Okay, in the work center you have to maintain that formula. So you enter this work, okay, how many hours of work it is. Let's say it is 100 hours of work. Then the system will calculate this duration. Okay.
Okay.
It will overwrite it. If you have entered something, it will overwrite it and calculate this part, this duration. If you use calculate work, then you don't put this work, you put this duration, let's say for 10 days, and I'm putting certain work center. Well, let me just check if the work center is there. Okay, there's no work center here. Okay, so okay, if you maintain that particular work center, if you use this formula, which is calculate work, then from this duration and the work center, what we have given the formula there, it will calculate the number of hours of work. Let's say it will calculate something, okay, 240 hours or something. That's what this calculation key is going to do. So right now, we have maintained manually means the system is not automatically going to overwrite what I have put in work and what I have in duration. It is maintained manually. In production planning also it is a similar thing, because work center is actually a common object across modules. In the work center, I will just show 1 second now. So if I just show work center, there is just slight difference in the work center when you have it in PS. So you go here, basic data, master data, work center. Okay, create. The T code is CNR1. In the PP, the T code is slightly different. I think it is CR01, no? In PM also slightly different, the T code is, okay? Now here you can just enter, what is this? I am having software engineer, okay? This is my work center. Now category. So in the PS, we use this 0006 project management as the work center category, okay? Let me just, so, but in PS head, we will use this one only, this T code. So if you see here, but that 06 is not here, because you know IR01 we use in the plant maintenance, PM. That's why related to PM, those categories have come. Okay. But again, there is, I think, in PP there is something, CR01. So that time, PP related have come here, production line, right? So it's the same object you are creating, but in different transaction codes. Okay?
Correct.
But in PS, we use this transaction code. I will just put the transaction on CNR1. Okay. Sure. And they have just shown here, they give us 0006. Now this, can somebody give example of work centers? Now this depends on the industry where we are doing. Let's say I am doing this project implementation for a software company. So my work centers will be mostly people, and yeah, it will be software engineers. Maybe level wise we'll have, or maybe skill wise we will have. Okay, what is the software platform they're working on, that we can have that. Okay, SAP, then Oracle, we can have Java, like that. Within SAP you can have module wise work centers. Okay. If it is construction industry, you can have the machinery, like you have the JCB, you have excavators, you have then cranes. Those can be your work centers, or groups of people. Let's say you have painters, you have plumbers, that is work centers, the type of work centers you can have. Okay.
Yep.
So now, where this mandatory is this usage. So now, where this work center has to be used, you can. So normally we will use this one, 003, only networks, because for us it is only networks. If you want to use it across different types of orders, then they use this 009, all task list types. Okay. So then it can be used in PM order also, in production order also, then it can be used there. I'll use this 00. Then here there are more fields of capacity, scheduling, costing. These are some more views. So here in the how many capacities you have, whether this capacities category, it is machine or people or processing unit. Okay, so this is person. I can put that person. Then there are, okay, here you can use, let's say, 2 capacity categories. I can use 1 or 2. What is the formula for this? You can use, put that information. Okay. I think here it is this one. Then internal distribution key, how this needs to be distributed. Now this distribution is with your activities. Whether you want to do equal distribution, okay, or you want to put the load at the start date or latest date, finish date, that you can use this. So normally we will use, okay, that I want to do equal distribution, then I can use this one, SAP 020. Now this distribution is the workload distribution. Okay. Now here the capacity, you can give their calendar, their working hours. Okay, then how many capacity, you can just relate it to the number of people in the, if it is people, then number of people, or if it is for machinery, how many number of machines we have. So you can relate to that. So I'll just put here capacity category. I'll just put some description. And what is the capacity responsible? There can be some planners. Let me say it is planner group A. Then what is the factory calendar? If you want to default it, you can put here. What is the base unit? Let's say I want to put hour. You can put here what is the start time. Let's say start at 9 and at 6 o'clock, and we have 1 hour of break. Now utilization, whether it is 100% or 90%, you can put here. Let's say we put only 1 number of capacity, individual capacity. So okay, now it has come here to the scheduling screen. I just need to put the information which is mandatory. Okay, I'll just put here this person. Then what is the time? Work dimension. So it is, let's say, time. For me, work dimension usually we use in this case is time. So I will just put here time, and I will put here work unit is hour. Okay. So now, okay. So we were looking here at the capacity screen before the screen automatically jumped to the scheduling screen. So I wanted to show here that I put here 9 to 18, which is 9 hours, and then minus 1 hour of break. So it calculated that the operating time is 8 hours. Then we gave that it is only 1 person here, okay, in this work center. Okay, so 8 into 1, which is 8 again, and the utilization is 100%, so it's into 1, which is 8. So the capacity of this work center is 8 hours per day. Let's say I put this, make this 5. So it will calculate that the capacity now of this work center is 540. Okay. If you reduce, let's say my capacity utilization, I am not 100% productive. I am 80% productive. Okay. Then this gets reduced to 32. 40 multiplied by 0.8. Okay. It became 32 hours. Fine. Correct. Yes. So 8 hours into 1. Okay. Because one capacity into 80%, which is 6.4.
Correct. Yeah. That is the calculation.
See, 9 to 18. Okay, 18 is 6 p.m. in the night. So that is 9 hours. But I took 1 hour break. So it became 8 hours. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So it is coming here. Okay. Okay, let me just save this for now, 1 minute. So I can then go and change. Okay. Now, see, now we have this person, software engineer we had, right? We are talking for software engineer. So what should be this software engineer when he works anywhere, okay, on the projects? So what cost should get charged to that project? Okay, that is why we need to maintain this costing. Okay, so this is not revenue, this is cost. Okay, so here we link actually the work center to the cost center. Then once we have done that linking, we have to maintain an activity type here. This is an activity type field. This activity type field is nothing but the carrier of the cost. This cost center and activity type combination, we maintain there is one transaction code KP26. We will see that also, where we maintain actually the rate of that work center. Okay, so you could have different rates, right? For software engineer, it could be, let's say, $20 an hour. For senior software engineer, it could be $30. For project manager, it could be $40 an hour. So those settings we maintain through this combination. Rate is not mentioned here. Rate will be another transaction code KP26. But you need to do this setting before, where you have to maintain the cost center and activity type combination here. So let me just take a cost center for now. So we were using 0001 company code, if I'm not wrong. Let me just confirm here. Yes, 0001 company code. So I have to check here. Okay. No values. Okay, let me just. So you see here, cost center, activity type. So it is the same activity type, not to get confused with the 4 types of activities which we saw. Okay, that is different. This is different. Okay. So I'm now creating one cost center also here. You can just give say service cost center. Or you can have anything. You can have a production cost center, or we put it in hierarchy area. So let me just put it somewhere in, okay,
You have production.
we put it in production. Okay, you can put a profit center also, but in this case it is not mandatory. Oh, profit center activated, but no profit center specified. Okay, so this is mandatory profit center. Okay, so we need to put some profit center also. Okay, for now I will just put some profit center. Okay, okay, so I can have primary cost, everything here. That's okay, and I will save this. You see this validity from 21 till 999 we have. So now this cost center I can use over here. Now if I take a drop down on the company code, this cost center should be available. So it is available here. Okay. So I have put a cost center here. Now still my activity type is not there. I will just save till here. Then I'll go to the, can go from here directly to the costing. Let me just say, okay. So if you see here, no activity types assigned to cost center. CC001, this one, and the controlling area, this one, on this date, 2nd of 8th of February, that is today's date. So for this, we need to do the planning, which is, first we'll have to create an activity type, which is this transaction. Now, usually we coordinate with the FICO consultants. If not, then we create, if it's not available, then we create these master data, cost center master data or activity type master data. We have to coordinate with them. So let's say I will do my same as I put it like my work center. Okay. Now my unit is hour. The category I can make it production. Activity type category. Okay, for now I just use this. What is the allocation cost element? So I use this one right now, this price indicator. Okay. How do you do the planning? So whether it is automatically or determined manually. So just let me just say that it is determined manually for now. Okay. For actual allocation, as in planning I'm using, I'm not changing this. Okay. Now I say this. So my activity type also got created now. Now still now I will not get the activity type because I just created a master data, but I have not linked my activity type to the cost center. Okay, for that I need to go here and do the planning in the cost center, which is this KP26 transaction code. So this is 0 is the CO version. You are aware of what is CO version? Sriram, no? Who is in FICO? Hello?
Srikanth, it's Srikanth.
Srikanth, you are there? Okay. Okay, if it's not there, let me explain you. So you are close. The C0 version is where actually we do our best place planning, and this is also the version wherein the actual cost will reside. Okay, so you see here plan slash actual version, that is a 0 version. Then if you want to do planning in more versions and you want to keep a track of okay how the planning has evolved, has gone changes, we can create several more versions. Okay, not 3 5, you can create as many as you want. Hundreds you can create. It is 3-digit number, we can create many versions, and this is alphanumeric, so you can create many number of versions, and then you can plan in that those versions, compare against the different versions how the planning has gone change. Now for certain particular um, functions, they have given some versions, like you see here 100 110. These are to be used in PS. They have given this for progress version. 110 is been given for forecast versions, but otherwise normally this 1 2 3 4 or whatever you want, 99, or even you can make it Z1 Z2 Z3 versions we can use for the planning purpose. Okay, so these are called CO versions. Okay, now in PS there are other two types of versions which are also used apart from CO version. Okay, this CO version is used not only in PS but in many areas. Now this screen which I am seeing is actually a CO screen, not a PS screen. It will be used by many modules. This is the CO version field. Not only PS, it will be used in PP, in PM, and everywhere. FICO folks will also use it. So I am now going to plan in version 0 from period is the month 1 to 12 for the year 2022. This cost center and active type. This is the combination I am going to do, and I am going to the planning. Okay, now there is more things behind. CO version CO is not defined for fiscal year 2022. Okay, so this is now, this is, you can just go here and see what is the issue. So this is some issue with the version 0. This is usually our FICO folks will fix this type of issue. Okay, so good, we got it. So you can know, okay, if you get this type of issue, reach out to the FICO folks. They will extend this version 0 to the fiscal year 2022. It is not done right now. So let me just go there. So I'll go in controlling, general controlling. Maintain versions. So this 0 version, controlling area settings. Okay, so you see here, it's there till 2021. It's no 20. So this is again configuration to be maintained. So I will just copy this, put it in 2022, and need to maintain that. Okay, I will save it. So we just spoke about versions. So 0, 1, 2, 3. So this is where actually those versions are maintained. If you want to create a new version, you can create a new CO version from here also. So let's say I just want to copy this version 1 and create, there is no version 4. Let's say I want to create a new plan version 4. So I can do it from here. So it is asking me, I'll say yes, I also want to copy that. So the version 4 has been created. So now this 4 will also be available there. Okay, but actually my issue was this one. I was not able to plan in 2022 because this version 0 was not extended to 2022. Now that I have extended it, let me try it, whether I can plan it now. Okay, so I can press it. So now there is another issue, which is exchange rate type for version 0 in 2022. Okay, exchange rate type it is asking for. Okay, let me just see what is the exchange rate type here. Let me just try that. No, it is giving me still this error. Exchange rate type 2022. Okay, let us just see. I think there is some problem with the configuration. It's exchange rate. Now we are using 002, 001. One minute, what it is telling me. Maintain the exchange rate type for version 0. Okay, version 0. Now I'm not in version 0 still. Yes, let me just see. Let me just see. I doubt this will solve the issue, but let us just try, because it is asking for a version. Currency type 30 added as. Okay. check now. No. Here in maintain versions, look at 0, controlling area settings. No, it's not here. Let me just see here. Yes, this is the place. Exchange rate type. Okay, so this was not maintained properly. Okay, now it should work. Okay, let us try now. So I go here, put the version, period, fiscal year, cost center, and then the activity type. Okay, so now here is the place you can put how much number of hours you need. This is just planning. This will not impact. The price needs to be maintained here. Okay, you can maintain here. Let's say this is 50 fixed price and 30 is the variable price, and this price is per hour. Okay, H. And then you save it. So we have maintained the price now over here in this transaction KP26. Okay, now most of this stuff which we are doing, we have to coordinate with our FICO consultant and do. Okay, now I go back to my work center. So since now I've maintained the KP26, the rate for this activity type, it is available over here now. Now you maintain the formula. So here we maintain this. Okay, I think let me just check which one to use. Yes, 004. No, it is telling me not to use this one. Let me check. Okay, normally we maintain this one only, SAP 004 or SAP 008. Okay. Let me just keep it as it is right now, and I will make it 008 and I will just save it. This is again activity unit is hour. So let's save this. So now I've maintained my work center activity type. Now if you go back to this project builder screen, and I did not have any work center. Remember earlier when I was trying to take a drop down over here, I have maintained now a work center. So I can enter this now work center here. From the work center now I have also got the activity type. So I can maintain an activity type also for this. Now there is some error while calculating the cost. So let me just see what is the error and how to see the log. Let us just see that. Okay. So I go here, I say no first. I go extras to go here logs and cost calculation. So it's saying that there is a missing formula in work center SW ENGR. Okay. We have not entered a formula in the work center. Check the master data of the and specify the formula. Okay, so I'll have to just go back to the work center and check the formula. So I will go back here. So in the costing, I just need to see if I think my formula is okay. This is the place where I normally enter the formula. So I will just enter that SAP 008 or yes. Yes. So let me save this. Now, okay. Save this. Other point again and put the work center now. Okay. And now activity type has also got defaulted. Now let me save this. Now it should calculate the cost for me. So now there is no error. So we have completed properly the work center. Now we can just check this. Okay, we can do this calculate cost, edit, we select the activity, edit, cost, calculate cost. Then here the menu is given, costs were calculated and you go and see where the cost is. So edit, cost, plan, actual. Activity. So we are just seeing the cost for this particular activity now. And this is planned cost. Correct? We have not done any actuals now, till now. Yes. So now we have got that there is a planned cost of 14,047 euros. Now, what could be the reason that these numbers are not round figures? See, there is a portion of fixed cost, variable cost, which we saw because we maintained 50 euro rate as a fixed one and 30 as a variable one, right? You get this point? Or should I show you again? Here, I maintained 50 and 30. Correct, no? Yes, that is why this portion. There is a fixed part also and there is a variable part. Okay, and now, so I have entered 240 hours. Let me just make it for simple. Let me make it 100 hours. Okay, and I will now again calculate the cost. And again, I go and see cost. Cost. Okay. So now my planned cost is 100. So there is a fixed cost of 3,000 and variable cost of 2,000 based on what I've maintained in my activity type. Okay, but so this is actually doing some actual calculation. I will just figure out whether it is because of some overhead calculation or some settings we need to change from the CO side. Okay, but it is now configured to enter this. Now based on my formula which I maintained here for in the work center for capacities and this one, the scheduling, we can do this calculation. Now I was using maintain manually. Okay, correct? The calculation key. Now let's say I want to calculate duration. So I put the work number of hours, this one work, and I can use this. The system should calculate the number of days, which is the duration. So from like when there is 100-hour work for this activity type, based on the work center capacities, it is calculating that it is going to take 15.6 days to complete that. Now we can do the other way around. Let's say I have 20 days duration. I want to calculate work. So it can do the other way around also. It will update this field, work field. So it has updated 128 work hours is required if you have 20 as the duration. Okay, based on the formula in the work center, which is this, based on this, because my capacity is 6.4 for this work center. Now this capacity you can change by having capacities change, number change, or utilization percentage change. Based on that, the capacity you can change. But for this, right now I'm maintaining that this is my work center settings. Based on that, what should be my either calculate duration or calculate work based on the calculation key, based on this. Okay, or you can maintain manually that they are unrelated. Don't use the formula. Okay, I can have this 100 hours and I can change this to, I can make it let's say 15 days. Don't use the relationship between the formula. That is maintained manually. This is the use of calculation key. Okay. Calculation, this again we will cover work center in detail afterwards. Now, but since we wanted to see what is this calculation key, it is only in internal, it is not in external and others. So that's why quickly we rush through the calculation key. But we have to go in more detail in this because everybody has to create work center and attach that activity type, do this planning, KP26 planning. Okay, so we will see this in detail in further sessions. But right now I just rush through that topic so that we understand this. Now this is our internal work centers, means our internal people, okay, software engineers and let's say, okay, project managers we discussed, okay. But let's say I'm doing and I have a control on the capacity. But let's say I'm sourcing it out from some of my vendor. Okay, for example, this one, services, I'm taking services. Then in that case, do I have a control on their resources? How much capacity they have? How many people they have in their work center? Those are external. So that is why it doesn't actually need work center over here in this external processing. Whereas in internal processing, you will have this work center and work. Okay. Here in the external processing, you just give them, okay, how much is the number of hours you have to put. Now it is up to them. Like I need this 100 hours of this, 50 hours of this. senior software engineer, I need 50 hours. Project managers, I need 100 hours. And I'm sourcing it. I'm making a service PO. Okay. Now it is up to them to maintain their capacity in their system. I don't have access to that or control on that, on their resources and their capacities. Okay, that's why it's not there in the external activities. Okay. So let us take a break for 15 minutes. You have any questions now before we go for a small break? No, we actually rushed through that, but we will go in more detail. Each one of us will create work center and activity type, do the KPs 26, that planning, so that we are all familiar with, because these are also important topics. Okay. But we wanted to understand when we use work center, when we don't, why we use it in internal activity, why they are not there in external activity. Okay. Okay, so then we saw, right, that based on the price, that activity price we are maintaining, it is calculating cost. Here. Okay. And this is actually another topic, cost calculation, cost planning actually. What are the different types of cost planning? So we are going towards that. I will see how many methods of planning are there. Now this is only one of the method. There are more methods of cost planning. Okay. So we will see those different methods. So we have to see cost planning, we have to see material planning, we have to see what is time planning, that is scheduling. Yeah. So more topics are coming up, but we have covered the basic project definition, WBS structure, network activities. Okay. So these three are the basics. We should know this very well, so then we can handle the other stuff relatively easily. If we are very good in this WBS structuring and activities, then the other things will be easy to grasp. Okay. Okay. So we have seen this types of activities: internal, external, general cost activity. Within external, then there was one more, which was service activity. We saw on the configuration side in network profile what all things we can default, that we saw. Like for external activities, we can do that material group, cost element, purchase group, that default we can do. Those things we saw. Then afterwards we went into that calculation key, and from there then we went into work center creation, how work center gets to cost center, then cost center is linked to activity type. So there are actually three things. One is work center linked to cost center, then cost center linked to activity type. That is how we have activity type linked in the work center. So we saw that you have to maintain the cost center activity type combination in KP26 transaction in this one. Then only you can put the activity type in the work center. We also saw that. Okay. We have to maintain this. Then only we can put here in this work center, in the costing tab, we can put this activity type. Till we maintain this, it will not be possible. This KP26, it will maintain this connection. Then this connection of activity type to work center is not possible till then. Saw that part also. Now, so networks, now we have not gone into the scheduling, but the duration which we saw, duration in the internal activity, delivery time in the external activity, external also service activity, that takes part in the scheduling. This we have seen in the control key in the PS 01, 02, 03, 04, there are those 4-5 control keys. Capacity planning, when it is going to take place. So it will be taking place only in the internal activity. We saw that also. Now this rest of the things we have to see. Okay, but we have seen this part. Confirmation of project activities we have not done still now. Material requirement planning we have not done. Procurement and delivery, no. External procurement of services, we have done services planning. Okay, till the planning triggers once you release activity or you do that immediately. Remember that field, immediately, from release, or never, PR generation. From that it triggers the PR. So from PS we are triggering automatically the purchase requisition. So we have seen only the PR part. PR to PO conversion, that we have not seen. Network costing we will be seeing now. We just started with the network costing, but we will go in more detail about network costing. And this configuration, we saw that in network type configuration. Okay. We will go milestones, we will see later on, are not required to see right now. So I just very high level I told that in PS there are 3 types of versions. One is the CO version, which is controlling area version, which all other modules also use, be it plant FICO or plant maintenance, PP, or any other module, they use this CO version. Okay, now I will just take you there. That was this one. In controlling, you have controlling area, okay, and then in controlling area we have this maintain version. I quickly told you about that 0 version has both the plan as well as the actual postings, be it from your GRN, goods received, or service, or your FI journal postings. So all the actual cost posting reside in the version 0. You see here this actual is ticked for this version 0. For 1, 2, 3, 4 it is not ticked. Let us not look at this one for now. 110 and 100 for now, we don't look at that. Okay. With other versions 1, 2, 3, 4, you see actual is not ticked, because actuals will be only in one version, which will be the 0 version, where we will post the actual cost. Now we can make many number of plan versions, like here 1, 2, 3, 4, we can make as many as we want. This we will use for doing the planning, different versions, and you want to keep changing your planning. Every quarterly sometimes we do planning, or every monthly also we can do planning. It depends on the organization to organization. Okay, now this was one version, that is CO version. Now let us go back here. We will talk about versions now. Apart from that CO version, there are more types of versions, which is project version, and there is simulation version. So let us see what is the project version now. So in SAP system, version is defined as state of a project at a certain point in time. Okay, that is project version. It is certain point of time, means actually it's a picture or a snapshot at that time of point in time. Okay, and that is frozen, then it is not changed. That version is taken, picture is taken, it is not changed. That is a project version. This is why you need that. Is okay, let's say at 31st or 1st of Feb, how was the project? Or let's say I go before that, 31st December 2021. Okay, what was the project status? How much percentage of work I had completed? And then I maybe take every month I take these pictures or project version snapshots. Every month and let's say I take 31st January 2022 I take version. Then I compare between 31st December 21 and 31st January 22. What has been the change? Whether there has been any progress? How much percentage of work more has been completed? Okay. So then we compare with this among the two versions. That is where progress version will be important to use. So progress version can also be used to compare that progress of work, also used for earned value analysis. Now this we will see what is this in the coming sessions, and for project evaluation, whether our project is going at the right pace and it is towards completion, or it needs extra efforts, or you need to fine tune some things. That evaluation you can do based on the versions. Oh, but this is project version we are talking about, not CO version, or not to get confused between the two. Okay. This is not, I am not talking about this version. Huh? This is configuration element. Now, when I talk about this project version, this is not configuration element. Okay. This is a transaction. So we can do that. We can even, if you want, we can create a program to generate this project version at that time every month. Let's say last day of the month, generate a new version. Okay, or we can tell it as a process for the users to create versions. It can be done automatically, or it can be done as a process to do manually. Okay.
Okay.
So following uses are there of project version. You can evaluate the projects, document the state of the project. Means, okay, there is a document evidence available that 31st, at the end of the month, like 31st December, this was the state of the project. Oh, it was 60% complete. Then I take another snapshot at 31st January. Then I say, okay, it is now 65% complete. The state of the project is 65% complete. 5% has increased from December end to January end. So to perform comparison, so obviously we can, if you have those versions available, then we can compare their progress and analyze, okay, which activities have gone as per the schedule, which are lagging behind. You need to put more effort to some of those. That analysis we can do. Then there is something called milestones. We have not seen milestones. We will see that in the next session. So we can do a trend of the milestone analysis. Okay, where the milestones are moving as per the plan. Some of them are ahead of the plan. Some of them are lagging behind. That we can analyze the milestone trend and compare with the plan data in the project. So in the project versions, there are different types. One is project versions, to compare the project status at a specific time period. So this I was telling, these are snapshots, okay, or pictures taken at that particular point in time. Plan versions, this is used, I think this is spelling mistake here, just correct it. This is used to store different cost plans for a project. So plan version is, example is the CO plan version, which we saw in this configuration here. General version 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, that is a plan version. And then selection versions. This is used to perform background processing and to save the project data matching certain selection criteria. So you can have some selection criteria. Based on that, you can create a selection version. So based on that selection criteria, okay, you give a range of project, maybe you give some month in the selection criteria, and then that selection version can be used for background processing, save some data, project data. Within project versions, there are snapshot version and there are simulation versions. Okay. Now this, one second. Okay. Yeah, this is the simulation version. This is a project version. The snapshot is that picture we take at a particular point in time. Every month, let's say I take month end I take or start of the month I take. Basically snapshots of project at different stages of a project. Based on how the system is set up, a version could be created every time the system status of a project object is changed, for example. Now there is one configuration available here is that I want to take a snapshot whenever I do a release of the project. Okay, so I have the planned data available how the project looked like when I have released my project. So that configuration also we can do. So every time we release one project version will be get automatically created. Okay. Or then we can create manually project versions, or we can put it in a background job. In like CNS 41 is transaction code. There is some more transaction codes. We can see that. Manually at any point in time we wish to create a project version, we can create that. Now there is a small setting for version key, which is version key. You could create a version with a key and you could compare different snapshots of a project against each other or against version 0. That is the operative project. So we will see what is this version key, how it helps us in comparing the different snapshots. Now in this project version, there is this snapshot version and there is one more which is simulation version. Okay, what happens in simulation version is these are like sandbox. We can play around this version. Okay. 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 Yes. Now you will see more terminology. So just be careful, and if you don't understand any terminology, please feel free to ask questions. Okay. In this, you see there is simulation version. Earlier I talked about snapshot. Snapshot is easy to understand. It's a picture. Okay. Simulation. There is one more word here, operative. Operative version. You see here? Can you see?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah. Okay. So whatever projects we were creating till now in this CJ20N, these were all operative projects. Okay. Operative version, operative project. Okay. They don't have any version of their own, but they are called operative projects. C-10051, this is the operative project. C-10091, this is the operative project. Okay. Now, let me just show you a project version. Then I will show you a simulation version after that. Okay. So project version, this is here in the menu, project system, project version. CN72 is the transaction code for that. Now again, I will use the database profile, this first one only, the standard selection structure. I can put my project here. Okay, 51. And there is a version key. Okay, in this there is version key is not maintained. Yeah. Okay, let me just put here something. and execute it. Okay, so version V1 is being saved. So even if you don't have a version key, you can put some text, but then it will become difficult to compare between different versions because everybody will use their own code, V1, V2, V3 or V01, somebody will call it. So it is better to create a version key in the configuration. Right now, I just wanted to show creation of versions. So I just took V1 for now. Okay. So now this V1, I did it for 51, correct? Yeah, 51. So I took at 8th of Feb at this time, 11:05, I did a version. So if I go now in the information system, I will be able to see my versions. Let's say I will take this. So if you see here, I don't see any version on the screen. Huh? In the screen, I don't see any version. So what I do, I click on this, change database profile. My database profile version data is not ticked. Okay, that's why there is no button coming for selection of version. So I will put this tick now, version data. This is just not changing the database profile completely, but it is changing temporarily. Okay, it's put here temporarily. So now there is more information here available. Okay, so let's say what you want to see in this project. Okay, this report, I want to see current data, which is my operative project, which is what I am seeing in the project builder, or I want to see version data, or I want to see both. Let's say I want to see only version data. Then I can go here and put a version. See, there is this V1 and this is the date it got created. Okay, I will select this. Then I can run this. There is some issue with the system. Let me just try again. But just to illustrate that this comparison of the project data, the operative data versus version data will be available in the reports. That is what we are trying to see. This report is having some issue. Let me just try another one. We'll just put again this one version. Internet. No, there is some issue with the program here. Okay. Let me try what is the issue here. Check. Okay, I will not put version data for now. Let me run on the current data. Whether it is something to do with version. Okay, so there is some problem when I do select version. When I see the current data, there is no problem. Just let me try one more here. Do it object related instead of structure, so that I don't go into structure, I go into objects. Okay, there is still a problem. Okay, let us see. I wanted to show you how we can compare version data with the operative data, but that report, it seems, is not working. But anyway, The path is like this. Go into these reports, either CN41 or 41N, or there was one T code earlier, which was CANS41. Here also you can do that. You can see that. Let us try this also. But I think it will be the same behavior. It will may not work. But let us just give it a try. Yeah, so it is again giving a dump there. Okay. Okay. So that what I showed you was not simulation version. It was this project version or snapshot version. Now let me take you through another simulation version. What happens in a course of project? Let's say I'm doing estimation planning, okay, and I don't want to create. There are different scenarios, business scenarios. Now since I've already created project operative version, so I take one scenario which is located this one, wherein let's say there is some extra scope which has been added to the project. Okay, possible in a project scenario. Hello, scope reduction, scope addition. Okay, anything is possible in project. It goes through a change order.
Right.
So let's say I'm already in a project and there has been some changes which has been given. That is where now I don't want to make those plan changes directly in my project, okay, in my operative project. Because I have to analyze what is that impact going to be with the changes. I have to take approval and then only I want to apply it to my operative project. Okay. So for that, SAP has given this feature of simulation project. Okay. These are essentially play around version. They are not the actual versions. You are like sandbox. It is for playing around. Okay. Means what we can use them to try what if kind of scenario. Let's say the project duration was 10 months, but now customer is saying same thing, you do it in 8 months, changing dates, structure, or let's say they are adding some scope structure, okay, or changing some milestone dates, okay. Then compare, do these changes in a play around situation in a simulation version, create that, and then compare with the operative version. Operative versions is what I already have. And then compare it, and then make decision based on that comparison, whether it is fruitful to go, whether what planning change I am going to do, whether it is going to be achievable or not. Okay, those type of decision we can make. For example, you may want to determine what is the impact going to be of a certain change to the project before making the actual change to the operative project. This is what I was telling. I don't want to directly go and change. I want to first check the impact of that change and fine tune that, and then only make the actual change. Okay. So what is the business scenario then? We create a simulation version, play around it, fine tune it to make sure it does what you want it to do. And then make the actual change to the operative project. Or you could convert, there is a feature of also converting the simulation version to operative version also. It will overwrite that operative version. That copy feature is also there. So this is the business case for using simulation version. Now let us do that.
Khalid Shrikant here.
Yes, Shrikant.
Khalid, when you're talking of versions, is it related to values or is it related to the hierarchy structure of how the project WBS and activity setup with dates is there, or What is that actually related
Very,
to?
very good question. This very good question. See, we saw one was this CO version. Okay, so this has nothing to do with the hierarchy. Okay. Next, we saw project version. So project version is here. It is a picture at that point in time. So whatever the structure planning I have done, okay, whatever the structure has been planned, or maybe even the network costing has been done, that picture I am taking at that point in time. So again, it is frozen version with the structure. If let's say I add more WBS element or more activities in the future, then you can compare that at, let's say, I have taken, let's say at January, 31st January, I have taken one version. And after that, I have done some changes to the project. So I can compare. Okay, on 31st January, this was the.
Okay. Oh, that will.
I will take a different version, right? Because I want to keep my, I don't want to overwrite my earlier version. No? Here, I put V1, right? So I will create V2 or something like that. Or you can just mention month also. So that this is Feb, this is a Feb version. Because I want to compare what it was in January, what it was in February, how the changes are happening, that I want to compare and analyze later on, correct? No, it does not. It will show the structure and it will show your plan cost at that frozen at that time, because a version once saved, it does not change. It is a picture. It will not allow you to update the same version. System will not allow you. See, the same version, the system will not allow, but then because then it is not a picture anymore. What it tells me, project version V1 already exists. Data cannot be copied to project version V1, right? I can put some other key now here. It will allow me. I put now V2, so it is creating a project version V2. One version group can have. That's why purposely I did not change this V1. Version group I did not change. But version key, even after few seconds I try to do another one, it will not allow me. See, V2 I created now. Again I try, it will not allow me to update. It will tell me it is already exist. Because that is a snapshot at that point in time. So project versions we saw. Now we will see simulation version. Okay.
Khalid, one query. What is this MTA?
MTA. See, there was that milestone trend analysis terminology here. So if you want to.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following objects enables you to settle costs to multi-project orders in SAP PS? Option A, settlement rules. Option B, project versions. Option C, confirmations. Option D, networks. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section.
If you want to take the trend of the milestone, MTA, perform function of version, to perform milestone trend analysis, to analyze dates in the project, comparing them with planned data. So how the milestone are being met, whether they are as per the plan, what is the trend of that. To get that, you select that milestone trend analysis. But in our project, we are still not created milestone, so I did not talk about this right now. Okay.
Okay.
We will see this at later point of time. What is milestone trend analysis, or what are the milestones? From there, you will take it. Now I want to go into simulation. We discussed about simulation. We discussed this one case. There are some changes which are see, and I want to see. Just play around and see what changes will be there in my project. So now simulation you can create by copying my operative project. What I can do, I can just take it. I have my operative project, which is that 51 project. From there, I copy it and then I make changes in the simulation version. I don't want to make changes directly in my operative project. Okay. So there is this feature is also there. You can use the transfer project feature. If you are creating from scratch, you can use this C code. Create simulation CJV1. Even in CJV1, you can use some other template operative project to create a simulation project. Let's say I want to use this one for now, transfer project. Okay. Now in transfer project, there are 3 radio buttons here. You want to transfer from simulation version to operative project, or operative project to simulation version, or simulation version to another simulation version. These 3 options are there. Based on this option, we have to fill this. Okay. The left source version is this one, the left side one. Okay. The target version is the right side one, whether operative or version or version. Let's say in my case now I am going for this one. I have this operative project. I want a simulation version. So if it is operative, I will keep this blank. Okay, because there is no version in a operative data. This will be blank. Okay. Now I want to put a target version. Okay. So this is the version key which has been. So let me just. I will use M001. Find the next number. Okay. M and then 4 digits. Okay, so I have get M0001 as the number. This is the version key I am going to use. This is simulation version. Okay. So this is what I am going to put. So my operative version. So this source version I keep blank, and I am going to create now copy my operative project to this version. This is not exist now. I'm going to create it. Everybody understood till here? Hello? Okay. If I'm copying from one version to another, so I can put then source version also I will put, like M0001 to M0002, like that I can do. Okay. If I'm doing the other way, like version to operative, then I'll put M0001 if it is created here already, and the target will be blank in that case. Okay. Now I'm doing the second option. So operative source version is blank. I'm putting a version here. Now I click here copy. Before that I can do a test run. This is a test run button. I can do just check. Okay, it is giving me some issues. Okay, you can see a log here. Plant in purchase acquisition cannot be changed at later date. Okay, but project can be transferred, it is sure. Okay, we can still transfer. So I'll go back and I will do this transfer. Okay, this button I will click transfer. So now see, it gives me a prompt that project C-10051 does not exist in the version M0001. So create this one. Do you want to create? Yes, I know. Yes, there it is not there. I will say yes, I want to create it. So now the system has created the simulation version. The project can be transferred and it is saying creating project C-1001 and it is mentioning also version M0001. Okay. My operative project was only this number C-10051. Now I have an additional number, this one, the version number. This is a simulation version. Now I can go and see it. How do I see that? I can see it from here, either this decode CJV2 change, I can see it from there. Okay, I put this the project definition number and I put a version key. Now it was M0001. I will press enter or open project. Okay, now this is some other screen and we have not seen this screen, so I will show you in a different place. This is called project planning board. Okay, and this is one feature we have still not seen, so I will show it afterwards to you. But it can be, we have used project builder extensively, so let us see it in project builder. Now when I try to open here, you see here I see project definition WBS network, but I'm not able to put simulation version here. Okay, I can put that number, which is that 51. My project is 51. But it will open the operative project, not the simulation version. Yes? So I would need to open the simulation version. So what I have to do, there is settings in the project builder. Go settings, options. In here, processable objects, simulation. Can you see this?
Yeah.
This is unticked, so I will tick this.
Okay.
Not this one. This is different purpose. Okay. This one, simulation. Tick this. Now I go open. Do you see one small box has come down? Simulation box. Yes?
Yeah.
This was
Yeah.
not there before. So now I can put here okay, I can put the version key, I can search this and then I can open it. Now this project, in the same project builder I've opened, okay, here you don't see the version key, but here you see it at the top. Okay, this is the simulation version which I have opened. Okay, same CJ20N. But we made a change in the setting.
Okay.
In the setting option, we click this processable object simulation. Then we got this. Otherwise, we were not seeing simulation. Now I've come in the simulation version. See here. Now whatever changes I want to make, I can make it. So I will say, okay, this is. I'm going to get one additional WBS here. Okay. Now the customer wants me to provide, let's say, per care they want. They want me to give you hypercare also. Okay. Initially, I just had this prepare, explore, realize, deploy, but now customer has added my scope. They want me to give hypercare also. Now, this is hypercare. I can put more activities also here. So here will be, let's say, incidents resolution. Let's say also there is some training users. Okay, I can put some duration also. Let's say this is going to last for 30 days. This is going to last for 10 days. I put some address and I will save this. So like this changes I can make in the simulation, and I can look at reports. I can compare with my operative project. Now comparison, there are reports where you can compare them. Once you are satisfied with that, then go and update this changes to
Operative version.
Operative version. Okay. So these are the reports where you can go and see. Now that version report was not working, but let me just try whether it works for simulation. No, this is not that one. Okay, there is simulation. Now you see here, I had two project versions. Now this is the simulation version. I don't know whether this will work, but let me just give it a try. No, it is still not working. Okay, there's some issue with that report. But you can do that comparison of the simulation. Okay, and let me just take you to this. Where was I? Here. Okay, and okay, this is just this just shows who changed, who made the changes to this version. That's all. Okay, so then again, okay, I've seen my report at different place, and I want to then do version to operative. Okay, I did this one, operative to version. Now I have made the changes in my simulation version. I want to update my operative project. Now if you notice, I will just see that first. Okay, before doing this change, I will go into project builder, and I am not opening this one. I am opening this one. Okay, so if you see this, see, once I expand, it tells me that there are active simulations on the project. Earlier this was not coming, huh? Remember, see, this here there are only till deploy. That post go live support, that WBS is not there, correct? This is the operative project, huh? Okay.
Yes, sir.
I will just keep it in display mode so that I don't lock the objects. If somebody's opened that, then it will not allow the transactions to happen. Okay, so now I have my simulation version and I want to update my operative. So now after doing this, my operative project should see that additional WBS and the activities. So I will do that. So here I will leave blank because this operative means nothing here. Okay, again I can do this test run first. Okay, what Okay, it's telling me some issue with this program. So let me just see if it works, this one. Okay, but so I click this button to create. So it gives me a warning here that the project already exists. Do you want to update the project? Okay, because it is going to change my operative project, is going to update it. So it is just warning me whether yes, really I want to do or no. So I say yes. Okay, there is some dump here now. Okay. Just let me check whether it is because of this, if I am blocking something, just in case, but I don't think it should do that. Anyway, I will just try again. Transfer project and version to operative. This is my version. Yes, M0001 to target version. This is operative. And transfer. Yes. No, okay, so there is some issue with this. But it should go and update my project. Now, let me try this one. Version to version. So let me say, we know I have not created any M0002, correct?
Yeah.
Hello? Let me just say I want to create this one. We used this one, this worked properly. This one did not happen, but we know what it should be doing. And let us now try the third option. Okay. From M0001, I will create M0002 so that this becomes the baseline, and then I make changes in M0002. Okay. That is my intention here now. So let me do a transfer. So it tells me this version M0002 is not there. Whether you want to create it, yes. Okay, this is also not working. So apologies, this program is not working, but that was the intention to it. Okay. So we saw the simulation part also. Yes, so it will understand, we will understand. Okay, we can do, see, all the functions we can do in the simulation. So this additional WBS and additional activities, okay, what I can plan here, what services it needs, if I need any materials, components, what is the cost, I can do that calculation. I can do, okay, what is the schedule impact, because I put here duration also, right?
Yeah.
What is the schedule impact? How much more time it will take with this additional scope? All that I can do. I can compare it with my original operative project, which is this C1001. I can find out the difference. Then I can make decision whether I want to take up this scope increase or not, and or whether how much additional cost it will need. I will find out for that, and how much time I will need, that way I will find out. Okay. And based on that, okay, I am happy with my simulation, then I go and update it into my operative project.
Yeah, correct.
I do different options I will try. This is one option. I will try M0002, 3, whichever the best option is there, I will take that one. After the analysis. Okay. So now we saw project version also. Okay. Okay, so just let us, that report unfortunately not working, but I will show you what it should do. Okay.
Mhm.
Not here. Okay. But of course, these are standard SAP reports. More reports, if you need more friendly, user-friendly reports, can be built using custom, or nowadays most of us use BW, right, for reporting purpose.
Mhm.
So I will just tell you what it will look like. So I will enter which version data to take.
Mhm.
Right now, when I put a version, it's giving short dump, but I will just show you what reports look like. So here there is, okay, this is the project, WBS element, then network activities. Now here you have fields to choose for. Okay. So whatever fields you want to choose. I will just take some of them for now. Then there is, let's say, okay, this is important, object type, to know whether it is WBS or what it is. Then there, okay, then here they have actually grouped the fields also into amounts, into cost, into date fields. Okay, so if I put date, it will just give me all the date fields.
Mhm.
Like that I can take. If I put cost, all the cost fields, it will come up here. I can select based on that. Work related field, it will give me here. So just some example I'm taking. Okay, so current number, I've got 12 fields. I can have maximum of 12 fields in this. Okay, so these are the data I've taken. So when I have actually that version data also, so what it will do, if I'm selecting one version, so it will have, for each of this line, it will have another line for the version. So this is, let's say, C10051 project. So it will have again another yellow line or some other color. C10051, let's say it is M0001, so M0001 will come here. It will show all the data for that version over there. If there is a WBS element 51-01, so 51-01, and with that there will be M0001, and then whatever data we are seeing, all the data we'll see. So just line by line we can compare here quickly. Whether you want to compare only at a particular WBS, okay, because I added a new WBS. Okay, deploy. So I can just, here I'm not seeing that because I did not update in my operative project. Okay, suppose I had done that, or I'm just able to see the simulation. I can just see that this post go live support, that WBS, what it is causing, how much planned cost it is increasing, how much duration it is increasing in my schedule. That I can see.
Okay.
Okay. Now this may not be very friendly reports for large projects. Okay. Small projects about 100, 200 activities, tasks, it is friendly and can be used. For large projects, if there are 400, 500 or 1000 over activities, they may not be friendly. But we can do then custom development we can do, or we can use BW reports for that.
Okay.
Okay. Just let us recap the type of versions. We don't have much time. Do you want to do some transactions today? If we want, we can stay. I think all of us agree we can stay till 12:15. We have 25 minutes, so that should be sufficient for you to do transactions. Okay. we'll just wrap up otherwise, and you can do it later. And anyway, I think we will redo this topic. We will brush up again in the next session a little bit because this is important topic. Yes, it is confusing initially, but once we do practice on it, we will become very clear on which version to use when. Okay, so what I will do, I will just do transaction, you follow me and do in your system, okay, for your project. Let me see, I will have a transaction list. I will just take that and from there we will update, okay, which one we used, which one we did not, okay. So we saw project versions, CO versions, all of us know we are not going to create CO version anytime. That our FICO consultant will help us to create, okay. There is only some two versions which we saw in CO versions which are related to PS. We will see this in the future, but we are not going to create any more versions in this CO side. Yeah, we will see. It is a big topic right now. We will not. We will see this later. Okay, because this is more a detailed topic. Like we calculation key we went into and it went into detail, right? It is similar to that. Okay. What is that? Two types of CO versions related to PS. We will see that later in a later session. But now let us focus on this project version, simulation version. Okay, this two. Let us create that. So I showed you. Let us look at project version. So for project version, this is the transaction code CN72. Okay. There is one more CN71 is also there. Let us use CN72. This is the mostly we use this. Here we put one project or you can put multiple projects also. Okay. I can do all C stars, so everybody's version will get created. Because all our projects are C, starting with C. Okay, not necessarily only one project I want to do. And I will take, let's say V something I want, okay, and I can find the open number because you want to see what is the open number now, how many have been already used. So once I put start value as V1, system is giving me that V3 is the proposed one now. Okay, I will take V3. And group, let me just put V1 only, let's say. Okay, I can take a drop down also on a group here to see what is the done. Okay, version group, let me just use that only. I will not create another group for now. Okay, and this I can just put, okay, 8 Feb. Just for information, I'm taking this on 8th of Feb, this version. And I can just run this, execute. This is how I can create version in the foreground. So the version is being saved now. So all of your projects, everybody's version has been created now. Okay. How to see that whether your version got created? Very quickly you can see here. Go to information system, structure. I showed you here. Take this version data. Okay, and take this and just quickly we can search a version here. So I will just put one project here. There was 191 project, right? So I see here there is a V3 got created for project version. We discussed, right? Project version, when it will be created. Usually at certain intervals when we want we want to take snapshots, pictures. Usually every start of the month or every end of the month, we want to take, okay, what was this project at that point in time? So usually every month end or start of the month, we will take versions so that we can compare it. Okay, how it was in December and 31st December, how it was in 31st January, over 1 month, how much difference is there. Then 31st January versus today in 8 days, what has changed in 8th Feb. There we will use project version. Okay. I think simulation version is the next one, huh? Okay. Now this project version, we can also create it from here also, huh? From this transaction code. The report transaction code. CN72 was one way, and we can do it from here also. From the report CN41, we go and go here, evaluation, save project version, and here we give that version key. So now since I used V3, it is giving me V4 available. I can put the version group. Okay, again here and sign, okay, and then tick. Yes. Okay, this is also another way. Now let us look into all this again in our next session. We will just quickly see simulation version also. Simulation, these are the transaction codes. See here in project, from project, simulation, create simulation, change a simulation, or display simulation, transfer project. We saw this also, transfer project. And these three options. Whether you transfer from version, simulation version to operative, simulation version to another simulation version, operative project to another simulation version. We saw this. Based on this, which radio button you have to fill this source version or target version. For operative data, when you have that will be blank. Okay, that field will be blank. Like in this case, this right hand side target version will be blank because for operative there is no number. I finished that. CN72 was for project version. Okay. And even this CN72, you could do it in structure. I closed that project version. Now, second, I am again going to the simulation version. Okay.
Okay.
These are simulation versions.
Yeah.
So no problem. We will see these transactions tomorrow. We will do the practice and again try to understand. Okay. Okay, so let us wrap up and then we start again with these versions from tomorrow. We do the transactions also. Okay.
Okay.
Hey there, ever wanted to master SAP Project System, SAP PS, like a pro? Well, now's your chance with our self-paced course on Teachable. In this course, you'll dive deep into SAP PS, the ultimate tool for managing projects efficiently. From planning and budgeting to tracking progress, SAP PS does it all. Our curriculum is designed by experts in the field, ensuring you get the most comprehensive learning experience. Whether you're a beginner or looking to sharpen your skills, we've got you covered. Meet your instructor, a seasoned professional with years of experience in SAP PS. They're here to guide you every step of the way and answer any questions you may have. But don't just take our word for it. Hear what our students have to say. They found our course incredibly valuable in advancing their careers. And the best part, you don't have to break the bank to access all this knowledge. Our course is affordable and accessible to everyone. So why wait? Become a SAP PS expert today by signing up on our Teachable page. And for more details, visit ZaranTech's website below. Happy learning!